Section 1. The Nuclear Power Plant Conspiracy. Let's get right into it. The Springfield nuclear power plant has been sitting on the outskirts of that cartoon town since before most of us were old enough to understand what a nuclear power plant actually was. It is the most recognizable building in Springfield. It dominates the sky. It casts its shadow over the neighborhood where the Simpsons live, over the school where Bart and Lisa spend their days, over the streets where Marge pushes her shopping cart and Homer shuffles home after another long shift. You have seen those twin cooling towers hundreds of times. You have watched steam rise from them in the background of 1,000 scenes. And in all those viewings, across all those seasons, most of us did exactly what the residents of Springfield do. We accepted the plant as scenery. We treated it as backdrop. We let it exist at the edges of our attention without ever really looking at it. That is going to change tonight because the Springfield nuclear power plant is not background scenery. It is not a prop. It is not a convenient source of employment for the show's main character. When you start pulling back the layers of what the show has actually told us about that facility, when you gather together everything scattered across decades of episodes and line it all up in sequence, something deeply unsettling takes shape. The power plant is the engine at the center of everything wrong with Springfield. Not wrong in the sense of lazy writing or continuity errors. Wrong in the sense that an entire town has been slowly, systematically poisoned, and the evidence has been sitting in plain sight this whole time. Start with what we know for certain, because the facts alone are already remarkable before we get into any theory at all. The Springfield nuclear power plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility. It is the primary source of electrical power for the entire town. It is owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns, one of the wealthiest men in the fictional United States. And it is, by any reasonable measurement, one of the most dangerous industrial facilities ever depicted in any piece of fiction. Not because the show exaggerates for dramatic effect, because the show tells you, point blank, in canonical episodes, exactly what is wrong with this place. A surprise safety inspection found 342 violations. 342. The estimated cost to bring the facility up to code was $56 million. That is a significant sum, but Burns is a billionaire many times over. He has more money than most people can meaningfully imagine. He could have written that check without meaningfully reducing his fortune. He refused to do it. Not because he lacked the resources. He refused because fixing the problems would mean acknowledging the problems existed. And acknowledging the problems existed would open a door that Burns has spent decades making sure sealed shut. Behind that door are questions about what those unaddressed violations have already done to the community living in the shadow of those cracked cooling towers. And the violations are not paperwork technicalities. We are not talking about outdated fire extinguishers or missing exit signs. The show gives us specific examples of what those 342 violations actually look like in practice. Radioactive waste dumped directly into bodies of water. Radioactive waste dumped onto children's playgrounds. Plutonium used as a paperweight on someone's desk. Cooling towers with cracks that were repaired with chewing gum. Luminous rats running through the lower levels of the facility. Glowing matter in the ventilation systems. An active reactor core with no meaningful containment protocols being monitored by a staff that is, at best, dangerously undertrained. And then there's the detail that the show drops so casually, it almost slides past you without registering. Human skeletons in the basement. Not one skeleton, skeletons, plural. Human remains in the basement of a working nuclear power plant, and the show never explains who those people were. It never tells you how they ended up there. It never shows anyone investigating the discovery. It just reveals the bones and moves on, and nobody in Springfield asks a single question about it. Sit with that for a moment. Human remains in the basement of a nuclear facility, And the response from everyone in the scene is roughly equivalent to finding a broken vending machine. That is how thoroughly normalized the abnormal has become in this town. That is the baseline level of collective indifference that Burns has cultivated over the decades of his ownership. Now, the man whose job it is to prevent all of this, the safety inspector whose literal professional purpose is to stand between Springfield and radioactive disaster, that man is Homer Simpson. Homer Simpson, whose IQ, the show's own creator, has stated at approximately 55. Homer Simpson, in whom a crayon was lodged in his brain during childhood, physically reducing his cognitive function in ways that went undetected and untreated for his entire life. Homer Simpson, who routinely sleeps at his workstation, who has eaten donuts during meltdown warnings, who once, in a moment that would be deeply funny if you could fully stop thinking about the implications, threw a donut into the reactor core to see if the radiation would make it grow larger. That is the person standing between Springfield and catastrophe. That has been the person standing there for over 3 decades. Now consider when German investors briefly purchased the plant and temporarily took control of operations. The very first thing they did was fire Homer. The second thing they did was commission a full assessment of what it would cost to bring the facility up to code. The estimate nearly drove them into bankruptcy. The gap between the plant's current state and legal compliance was so enormous that even investors with significant capital could not bridge it. Burns bought the plant back almost immediately and rehired Homer without hesitation. Think about what that sequence tells you. Burns is not keeping Homer employed out of sentiment. Burns does not operate on sentiment. Burns keeps Homer in that position because a competent safety inspector would shut the plant down within a week. Homer ensures the violations continue unaddressed. The radiation keeps leaking. The water stays contaminated, and Burns maintains his monopoly over Springfield's power supply, its economy, and by extension, its population. The first visible mutant in Springfield appears in Season 2. A fish. A three-eyed fish named Blinky, pulled from a river that runs near the power plant. Blinky becomes national news within the show's universe. A gubernatorial candidate uses the fish as evidence that Burns is poisoning the environment. There is genuine political pressure. There is media attention. Burns is forced to eat the fish on live television to demonstrate that it is harmless. And then Springfield shrugs and moves on. Nobody conducts a follow-up study. Nobody tests the water. Nobody asks the question that should be immediately, obviously, on every resident's mind. If the fish in the river have 3 eyes, what is happening to the people who drink the same water? What is happening to the children who play near that river? What is happening to the families who have been living in that watershed for years, decades, their entire lives? The answer has been embedded in the show since Season 8 in the episode called The Springfield Files. Homer sees something in the woods near Springfield that he believes is an alien. The entire town becomes consumed by the mystery. FBI agents are called in. The tension builds across the episode toward a dramatic reveal. And when the truth finally comes out, the alien is not an alien at all. It is Mr. Burns, returning from his weekly medical treatment. The treatment is so chemically and radiologically intense that it causes Burns's body to emit a visible green glow. The regimen keeps him alive for exactly 1 more week. Without it, he dies. After each session, Burns wanders out of the medical facility in a dazed, almost euphoric state, stumbling through the woods in the dark, glowing with the residual effects of whatever they have been pumping into him. Burns literally glows in the dark. That is not a metaphor. The owner of a nuclear power plant has been so thoroughly saturated with radiation therapy that his body generates visible light and the absence of other illumination. And when the people of Springfield see this luminous figure wandering through the forest, their instinct is not to wonder about the power plant. Their instinct is to wonder if the alien visitors have finally arrived. That is the depth of the denial. That is how completely the population has been conditioned to look everywhere except the obvious place. Then there's the Simpsons movie, and in the film, the contamination reaches a point that is impossible to explain away or ignore. Springfield's environmental situation becomes so catastrophically toxic that the Environmental Protection Agency, a real federal agency operating within the logic of the show's universe, concludes that the only solution is physical containment. They seal the entire town under a massive glass dome. Think about what that means in practical terms. The United States government looked at Springfield and determined that the town was so thoroughly contaminated, so fundamentally poisoned, that the pollution emanating from it posed a danger to the rest of the country. The solution was not a cleanup. The solution was not shutting down the power plant. The solution was to put a lid on the entire community and prevent whatever was inside from spreading outward. Springfield is not just polluted. Springfield is classified as an environmental hazard zone by the federal government of its own fictional nation. The town is a containment problem, and the people who have been living there, drinking the water, breathing the air, existing in the shadow of those cracked cooling towers for years and years, they are inside the dome when it goes up. Now look at the residents themselves. Look at them with fresh eyes. Homer Simpson has a skull shape that is biologically unusual, even by the standards of the show's cartoon world. His overbite is pronounced. His eyes bulge. He has 4 fingers on each hand, which is true of everyone in Springfield, but notably absent in characters who come from outside the town. His IQ, as mentioned, sits around 55, which is clinically categorized as a significant intellectual disability. And his body has an almost supernatural tolerance for damage. He has been shot, he has been electrocuted, he has fallen from cliffs and been struck by vehicles and survived explosions, and walked away from every single incident, often confused and slightly dazed but fundamentally intact. His healing rate is not human. His pain tolerance is not human. He has spent his entire adult life in direct proximity to an active reactor core. Marge Simpson, the same slightly bulging eyes as her husband, the same 4 fingers, and that hair, that impossible tower of blue hair that she has maintained in exactly the same shape, defying gravity and physics for 36 years without deviation. Marge was briefly employed at the nuclear power plant herself. She was exposed to the same facility, the same leaking systems, the same contaminated environment. And all 3 of her children were conceived and born after both parents had spent significant time soaking in whatever Springfield's environment produces. Bart, Lisa, and Maggie, all born in Springfield, all raised there, all drinking the same water, breathing the same air, playing near the same contaminated waterways that produced a 3-eyed fish, and every single one of them displays physical characteristics that do not appear in populations outside Springfield's borders. Here's the detail that makes the theory click into sharp focus. When celebrities visit Springfield, when characters arrive from outside the town's borders, they are visibly different. Not slightly different. Structurally different. Their proportions are more naturalistic. Their eyes sit more normally in their heads. Their features more closely approximate actual human anatomy. The show draws outsiders differently from the way it draws Springfield residents. And the explanation that everyone reaches for is simply that this is the art style, that this is how The Simpsons looks, that the yellow skin and the overbites and the unusual proportions are just the aesthetic of the show. But here's the problem with that explanation. Within the internal logic of the show's own universe, there is a visible, observable, consistent difference between people who live inside Springfield and people who come from outside it. People inside the contamination zone look different from people outside it. The show is showing you this distinction. The show has been showing it to you for 36 years. Most people have accepted the surface level explanation and never pressed further. But the three-eyed fish is still in that river, and the plant is still leaking, and the water is still flowing into the town. The animals reflect it too. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, has the same characteristic bulging eyes as his owners, the same unusual proportions that deviate from real canine anatomy. Blinky the fish has three eyes. The show has directly told you that the radiation is producing mutations in the living organisms of Springfield. It depicts a mutated fish and explicitly connects that mutation to the power plant's runoff. And then it expects you to believe that the same radiation, in the same concentrations, flowing from the same source, has had absolutely no effect on the human beings living in the same environment as the fish. Burns knows. This is the part that transforms the whole picture from a dark environmental story into something that looks more like a deliberate, sustained act of harm against a community. The show makes it explicit across multiple episodes that Burns understands radiation at a level nobody else in Springfield approaches. He funds private medical research. He employs personal physicians. He undergoes the weekly treatments that keep him alive. Burns understands what radiation does to biological systems because radiation is keeping him alive. His own body is the experiment. He manages its effects in himself with precision and resources that are entirely inaccessible to any other resident of the town. He has a pharmaceutical division. He has experimental treatments. He has a medical infrastructure built around ensuring his personal survival despite carrying every known disease simultaneously. He knows what his plant is doing to Springfield because he watches it happen in his own body every week. He knows what the contaminated water produces because he studies biology that is funded by the same money the plant generates. And Homer's continued employment is not incompetence or negligence on Burns's part. Burns is not someone who makes mistakes. When things are the way they are at the plant, they are the way Burns designed them to be. A competent safety inspector would end it. Homer ensures the violations continue. The radiation keeps leaking. The population remains exposed. And the people of Springfield, year by year, decade by decade, generation by generation, continue living in the contamination zone without ever quite connecting the dots between the cracked cooling towers and the way their children look, the way they think, the way they forget, the way they reset after every catastrophe and go on as if nothing happened. Because here is the final, quietest, most devastating piece of the whole theory. The radiation theory does not just explain why the fish have three eyes. It does not just explain why Homer can survive being crushed by a vending machine. It explains why Springfield works the way it works at a fundamental level. Why nobody in the town ever seems to retain meaningful memory of the disasters that strike them. Why the population resets. Why the same catastrophes happen over and over and never produce lasting change, and why nobody looks up at the cooling towers and asks the obvious question. Chronic neurological damage from long-term radiation exposure affects cognitive function. It affects memory. It affects the capacity for sustained critical thinking. It affects the brain's ability to form new long-term memories and integrate new information with existing patterns of understanding. Springfield doesn't forget because its residents are careless or stupid. Springfield forgets because the same facility that employs half the town, that powers every home and business, that funds Burns's empire and Homer's paycheck, has been gradually, invisibly, methodically damaging the brains of everyone living within its reach. Burns doesn't need armed guards to keep the population compliant. He doesn't need to threaten anyone. He just needs the plant to keep leaking. The rest takes care of itself. And Homer, with his crayon lodged behind his frontal lobe, with his 55 IQ, with his daily proximity to the reactor core, is the most perfectly crafted instrument of this system that you could possibly imagine. He is the safety inspector who ensures there is no safety. He is the watchdog who cannot bark. He is the human shield between an industrial catastrophe and any regulatory response. Springfield isn't a quirky cartoon town with a nuclear power plant in the background. Springfield is a contamination zone dressed up as a sitcom. The residents aren't eccentric, they are symptomatic. And the plant that has been sitting in the background of every establishing shot since 1989 is not set dressing. It is the cause. It has always been the cause. Every yellow face, every four-fingered hand, every impossible recovery from fatal injury, every forgotten apocalypse, every cheerful reset. All of it traces back to the same cracked reactor, leaking the same invisible damage into the same water table, feeding the same compromised nervous systems that cannot figure out why their fish have three eyes. The Springfield nuclear power plant is not part of the show. The Springfield nuclear power plant is the show. It has been the show from the very beginning. And it will keep being the show until the last episode airs and the dome comes down and someone finally tests the water. If you are still with me, drop your current time and location in the comments. I want to know where in the world people are listening to this. And if you are enjoying the breakdown so far, subscribe so you never miss one of these. We have a long, strange journey through Springfield ahead of us, and it only gets deeper from here. Section 2. Homer's Coma, the dream that never ended. Now that we have established that Springfield itself may be a contamination zone quietly mutating its population, from the inside out, we are going to do something interesting. We are going to consider the possibility that everything we just talked about, every theory, every piece of evidence, every observation about the plant, and the fish and the radiation, exists entirely inside the mind of a man who has been unconscious in a hospital bed since April of 1993. This is the Homer coma theory. And it is, without any real competition, the most popular, most extensively debated, and most internally consistent fan theory in the entire history of The Simpsons. It reframes everything. Not just the radiation theory, everything. The aging, the tone shift, the celebrity appearances, the increasingly surreal storylines, the resets, the way Homer always finds his way home. Let's settle in with it properly because it deserves a time. On April 1st, 1993, the 18th episode of Season 4 aired. The title was So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The premise is as follows. Bart, in the spirit of April Fool's Day, plays a series of escalating pranks on Homer. The pranks build in intensity until Bart takes one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and places it inside an industrial paint shaker, shaking the can until the pressure inside it is extreme. When Homer opens the can, the explosion is violent enough to send him to the hospital. While Homer is recovering in his hospital bed, he spots a vending machine across the room. He reaches for a candy bar. The machine tips over. It lands on Homer. He flatlines. He enters a coma. Not a dream sequence, not a cutaway gag, a clinical coma. Homer Simpson, in a canonical regular episode in the middle of Season 4, goes clinically unconscious. The episode ends with Homer waking up. Bart tearfully confesses at his bedside. Homer springs awake. immediately starts strangling Bart as usual. The family laughs. Everything resets. The show tells you he woke up. The credits roll. Life in Springfield continues. Except, in the final moments of that same episode, before the credits, the doctors tell Homer that he lost 5% of his brain function during the coma. 5% gone, permanently, destroyed by the period of unconsciousness, never coming back. And Homer's response to learning that he has sustained permanent neurological damage is to laugh. He says he doesn't understand why he's laughing. And the family finds this charming and slightly funny. Nobody treats this as alarming. Nobody pauses on it. The episode ends, and The Simpsons goes on for 32 more years as if nothing significant happened. Unless nothing did happen. Unless the recovery was not real. Here is the core of the Homer coma theory, as originally articulated by a Reddit user called the Hard Topic a Name, whose post launched one of the most sustained and elaborate discussions in the history of Simpsons fan communities. The argument is simple in its construction and staggering in its implications. Homer did not wake up from his coma in April 1993. Every single episode that has aired since that date, every storyline, every character development, every guest appearance, every moment of joy and heartbreak and absurdity in Springfield across more than 3 decades of television is a dream being generated by the mind of a man lying in Springfield General Hospital, slowly losing cognitive function while his family sits at his bedside and waits. The theory does not rest on one piece of evidence. It rests on a pattern. And once you see the pattern, you cannot look at the show the same way again. Begin with the most obvious piece of structural evidence: the tonal shift. Before the coma episode, The Simpsons was a grounded show. Not realistic in the way of a drama, because it was always a cartoon, always a satire, always operating with a certain heightened energy. But the problems it explored were recognizably human problems. Homer tried to quit drinking. Marge found herself unexpectedly attracted to someone else and had to navigate the tension between that attraction and her commitment to her marriage. Lisa developed a crush on a substitute teacher and had to deal with the sadness when he left. Bart faced the genuine possibility of failing his grade and being held back a year. These storylines had emotional weight because they were rooted in the kinds of situations that real families navigate. Financial stress, marital tension, academic struggles, the fear of inadequacy. The show's emotional core during those early seasons was built on recognizable domestic anxiety. It was satirical, yes. It was exaggerated, yes. But it was tethered to something real. After the coma, the tether snaps, Homer goes to space. Mr. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer becomes the leader of a vigilante group. Homer joins a secret society. Homer discovers his mother has been living as a fugitive radical for 27 years. Homer meets God. Twice. The show transforms over the course of the seasons that follow the coma episode, from a family sitcom grounded in economic anxiety into something that operates by entirely different rules. The main character has traveled to dozens of countries, held hundreds of different jobs, befriended presidents and celebrities and billionaires, survived physical trauma that would have killed entire military units. The escalation is so dramatic, the shift so seismic, that even casual viewers who never encountered the theory have noticed it. The internet has been debating when The Simpsons got bad, or got weird, or lost the plot for more than 20 years. Critics argue about it. Former writers argue about it. Fans argue about it. The coma theory has a precise and elegant answer to all of that. The Simpsons did not get bad. Homer's brain got worse. The show is not declining, it is accurately representing the deterioration of a dreaming mind. In the early episodes after the coma, the dream is still coherent. It still resembles the waking world Homer knew. The stories are recognizable, if slightly more heightened than before. But as years pass, as Homer's brain sustains more damage, as the coma deepens, the dream becomes less tethered to anything stable. The plots become stranger. The logic becomes looser. The world of Springfield becomes more willing to accommodate the impossible, the absurd, the genuinely surreal. Because a deteriorating brain generates increasingly fragmented, increasingly incoherent dreams. Every season of The Simpsons after season 4 is not declining quality. It is a documentary of neurological decay. Now consider this detail because this is the part that makes the theory feel like something more than a clever fan construction. 6 months before the coma episode aired, in the season 4 premiere, Homer had a direct conversation with God, an actual face-to-face exchange between Homer Simpson and the divine. And during that conversation, God told Homer something specific. He told Homer that Homer would learn the meaning of life. But not yet. Not now. Homer's time was coming, God said. 6 months later, Homer was in a coma. The timeline aligns. The language aligns. God was not making a vague theological observation. God was telling Homer that his conscious, waking life was approaching its end. 6 months after being told by the creator of the universe that his time was coming, Homer's time came. A vending machine fell on him in a hospital room, and he has not been truly awake since. What the show presents as a throwaway joke about divine communication reads, under the coma theory, as a prophecy embedded in the structure of the show. God warned Homer. The show encoded the warning in the season premiere. And then it delivered on the warning in episode 18. Everything that follows is the dream of a man who received divine notice and then had it fulfilled exactly as described. The aging problem is the single most powerful argument the coma theory makes, and it is worth dwelling on because no other theory in the Simpsons universe addresses it as cleanly. Nobody in Springfield ages. Bart has been 10 years old for 36 years of real-world time. Lisa has been 8. Maggie has been 1. Homer and Marge have not gained a wrinkle, a gray hair, or a decade of visible wear. The show operates on a floating timeline that keeps the present perpetually current, while leaving the characters frozen at whatever age they were in the late 1980s. Every other explanation for this is either an appeal to cartoon convention or a theory in its own right. The radiation theory says the mutations have disrupted normal biological aging. The cartoon logic explanation says this is just how animated sitcoms work. Both of these explanations have merit on their own terms. But the coma theory's answer is different in kind. It is not a workaround. It is the only explanation that makes the non-aging feel not just logical, but emotionally devastating. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of a man who went to sleep in April 1993. Homer's brain cannot imagine his children growing up because he was not there to watch it happen. The last time he saw his children with his waking eyes, they were exactly the ages they are in the dream. His brain has only one reference point for who they are, because the coma took him away before they could become anyone different. Bart is 10 because Homer fell asleep when Bart was 10. Lisa is 8 because Homer last saw her when she was 8. Maggie is 1 because Homer's final conscious memory of his youngest child is of a 1-year-old baby with a pacifier and enormous eyes. The dream preserves Homer's world exactly as it was on the day it ended. Because that is what the mind does when it is cut off from new experience. It loops, it replays, it runs the last known configuration of the world over and over in slightly different arrangements, generating new scenarios from old data, but unable to fundamentally change the parameters because the parameters are all it has. Homer is not dreaming in Springfield because he prefers it. He is dreaming in Springfield because Springfield is the only world his brain still contains. The celebrity appearances in later seasons take on a different character once you look at them through this lens. The show's later years are famously saturated with guest appearances from famous people: musicians, athletes, actors, politicians, cultural figures. Springfield becomes a kind of celebrity magnet in the show's post-season 4 run, and it has always felt slightly incongruous, slightly disconnected from the grounded domestic world the early seasons established. But a comatose man in a hospital bed is exposed to a constant stream of ambient sensory information. The television in his room plays. Visitors speak around him. Nurses discuss their days in his presence. The radio drifts through the hallway. Homer's dreaming mind absorbs fragments of all of this, pulling in names and voices and cultural references from the world that continues to exist outside his closed eyelids, and it processes them into the dream. It hears a name mentioned on a talk show and generates a Springfield version of that person. It picks up a voice from the radio and weaves it into the next story. Every celebrity who walks through Springfield is a voice Homer heard. Through the fog of unconsciousness, every famous face in the background of the dream is a fragment of the external world drifting in through the hospital room and being reinterpreted by a brain that is trying, desperately and with diminishing resources, to keep the simulation running. The show has acknowledged the theory, not obliquely, not through subtle winking at the audience. Directly. In season 34, an episode called Lisa the Boy Scout included what was described publicly as a deleted scene that had been leaked by hackers. In the scene, Homer wakes up from a long coma. The entire sequence plays out as a genuine reveal. Every outlandish plot point, every impossible adventure, every celebrity encounter, every world-ending disaster followed by a cheerful reset, all of it is revealed to have been a dream. The real world Homer wakes into is grounded, quiet, and emotionally resonant. And then the show immediately walked it back. The producers said it was not real. They said the scene had been planted as a hoax. They said the hackers had generated it as a prank. But the production team had animated it. They had voiced it. They had constructed it with enough internal consistency that it functioned as a coherent episode ending. They showed the audience the theory rendered as canon and then denied it. They gave you the answer and told you it was a joke. The executive producer Al Jean addressed the theory directly in 2015. He said it was not true. He dismissed it as fan speculation and confirmed that Homer was not in a coma and never had been. What Al Jean did not address was why nobody ages. He did not explain the tonal shift. He did not account for the 6-month gap between God's warning and the coma episode. He did not explain why the show has become progressively more surreal and detached from realistic human experience with each passing season, which is exactly what you would expect from a dreaming brain that is deteriorating rather than recovering. He said it was not true, and the conversation moved on. The fans did not move on, because the theory does something no official explanation has managed. It makes everything make sense. Not just some things, everything. The aging freeze, explained. The tonal shift, explained. The celebrity flood, explained. The increasingly impossible plots, explained. The reset button that erases consequences between episodes, explained. The fact that Homer can survive anything, endure anything, recover from anything, explained because nothing is actually happening to his body. His body is in a bed. Only his mind is in Springfield, and his mind cannot kill him because his mind is generating the story. The dreamer cannot die in his own dream without choosing to wake up. And Homer cannot wake up because waking up means facing whatever he will find on the other side. Think about what Homer would face if he woke up. He would discover how many years had passed. He would find out how old his children really are. He would learn whether Marge waited. He would face the weight of a life that continued without him, that accumulated experiences and losses and changes that he missed entirely, that moved on in his absence in ways that cannot be undone or recovered. Or he would not wake up at all. The dream is safer. In the dream, Bart is still 10. Lisa still plays the saxophone. Maggie is still small enough to hold. Marge still loves him with the patient, exasperated devotion of a woman who has not had 30 years to reconsider. In the dream, the beer is always cold and the couch is always there. And every crisis resolves itself by the end of the episode, and nobody ever has to face the particular kind of grief that comes with truly missing time. The coma theory does not ruin The Simpsons. It transforms it. If the theory is true, then the show is not a comedy. Not at its core. At its core, the show is a man's deepest desire made into television. It is what a person dreams about when everything they love is on the other side of consciousness, and the only way to reach it is to keep the dream going. Homer Simpson does not want rocket ships or secret societies or celebrity friendships. He does not want to meet God or save the world or go on adventures across dozens of countries. Those things happen in the dream, but they are not what the dream is for. The dream is for a house on Evergreen Terrace, a couch, a family, a wife who loves him, children who are still young, a world that is fundamentally okay. Every impossible adventure Homer survives, every celebrity who wanders through Springfield, every world-ending catastrophe that is resolved in 22 minutes and forgotten by the next week, all of it is a frame around the thing the dream is actually protecting. The simple domestic life of a man who loved his family and does not want to say goodbye to it. Homer's coma is not a nightmare. It is the only heaven a man like Homer Simpson would ever think to ask for. And the fact that it might last forever, the fact that the dream shows no sign of ending, the fact that 32 years have passed, and Bart is still 10, and the beer is still cold, and the opening credits still roll, that is not a tragedy. It is Homer's brain refusing to stop loving the people it loves in the only way it is left. Every time the credits roll and Springfield resets, it is not lazy writing. It is a father's stubbornness. A man who knows, somewhere beneath the dream, that there is a world on the other side of consciousness where his children have grown and time has passed and nothing is the same. And who chooses every episode to stay. Because in the dream, nobody has to say goodbye. And in Springfield, goodbyes are the one thing that never comes. Section 3. Who really shot Mr. Burns? Before we go any further, let me be clear about something. We know who the show says shot Mr. Burns. Season 7, Episode 1. The resolution of the most elaborate murder mystery in the history of animated television. Maggie Simpson did it. Baby Maggie in the parking lot with the stolen gun in a moment of accidental and then perhaps not so accidental conflict over a lollipop. The show committed to this answer. The writers stand behind it. The DVD commentary treats it as settled history. Except the more carefully you look at the evidence, the more the official answer feels less like a solution and more like a consensus that the town of Springfield voted to agree on because the truth was more complicated than anyone wanted to deal with. Let's go back to the beginning and walk through it properly, because the mystery itself deserves the attention before we get to the unresolved questions underneath. Season 6, Episode 25. Who Shot Mr. Burns? Part 1. This was the summer of 1995, and The Simpsons attempted something that had never been done by an animated series before. A genuine whodunit cliffhanger. A mystery constructed with enough internal architecture that viewers could theoretically solve it from the clues provided. The show's creators did not just air a two-part episode and call it a cultural event. They built an entire promotional apparatus around the mystery. Fox promoted it across the country. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special treating the fictional shooting as if it were a real unsolved crime. There was a national contest in which viewers could submit their guesses, with the prize being animated into a future episode of the show. It was a national puzzle. And the puzzle was this. Mr. Burns had gone too far. He had stolen an oil well from beneath Springfield Elementary, gutting the school's funding. He had destroyed Moe's tavern through a series of financial maneuvers that left Moe bankrupt. He had created a sinkhole that took out the Springfield retirement castle. He had injured Santa's little helper, the Simpson family's dog. And for his crowning achievement, he had constructed a massive mechanical disc capable of blocking out the sun over the entire town. Not metaphorically, literally. Burns had built a device to steal sunlight from Springfield so that every resident would be forced to purchase their electricity from his power plant, because the alternative was darkness. When Smithers, his devoted assistant of decades, protested this final step, Burns fired him on the spot. By the end of Part 1, every person in Springfield had a motive. Not a general grievance, not a vague annoyance. A specific, personal, legitimate reason to want Burns removed from the world. Homer, because Burns had spent years being unable to remember his own employee's name despite Homer working directly under him. Bart and Lisa, because their school lost its funding. Grandpa Simpson, because the retirement home was destroyed. Groundskeeper Willie, who lost his livelihood. Tito Puente, whose music program was cut. Moe, who lost his bar. Smithers, freshly fired and spiraling. The entire town gathered at a public meeting to confront Burns directly, and multiple characters were shown with weapons in their hands because Springfield had reached a breaking point that none of its residents had any particular reason to hold back from. Then Burns collapsed. A single gunshot. He staggered onto the town sundial and fell, and his hands landed on two specific letters, W and S. Or, from Burns's own perspective as he fell, M and S. America waited the entire summer to find out what those letters meant. When Part 2 aired in September 1995, the investigation plays out as a kind of comedic procedural. Chief Wiggum and the Springfield police fumble through the case with their characteristic competence. Smithers confesses almost immediately, but his confession collapses when evidence emerges that he was so thoroughly intoxicated at the time of the shooting that he could not have been the shooter. He had in fact shot someone else entirely, a man named Jasper in his wooden leg. Not Burns. Wrong victim, wrong location, wrong crime. One by one, the suspects are eliminated. Skinner has an alibi. Moe has an alibi. Tito Puente has arguably the greatest alibi in the history of television drama. A full musical number in which he channeled his rage into a samba, performed in front of witnesses. The investigation stalls until a crucial piece of evidence surfaces. An eyelash on Burns's suit. DNA analysis is run. The eyelash belongs to a Simpson. Homer's fingerprints are found on the gun. He had the clearest and most personal motive of anyone in Springfield. Years of being invisible to his own employer, of having Burns look through him as if he did not exist, had finally snapped something in Homer's psychology. Homer is arrested. He is about to be convicted. Then Burns wakes from his coma and identifies his attacker. It was Maggie. Baby Maggie Simpson, who had encountered Burns in the parking lot after the town meeting. Burns had attempted to take her lollipop. In the struggle, his gun fell from his holster. Maggie picked it up. The gun discharged. Burns was shot. Case closed. Or it should have been, but the questions that the official answer leaves unaddressed are not small ones. Let us start with the contest, because the contest is quietly one of the most revealing things about this entire episode. Fox invited viewers across the country to submit their guess. The prize was significant enough that thousands of entries were submitted. And according to the DVD commentary for the episodes, not a single person among the randomly selected sample of entries had guessed the correct answer. Nobody. The entire national contest, the promotional event, the cultural moment, produced not one winner. The person who ultimately received the prize was chosen at random from the submission pool. Since they had not guessed correctly, they were given a cash payment instead of the promised animated appearance. The show's writers acknowledged that they had learned of one person who had posted the correct answer to a Simpsons news group on the night the original episode aired, but this person was using a college internet account. By the time the contest ended and the producers tried to find them, the account was gone. They could not locate the one person who got it right. They issued an open invitation on the DVD for that person to come forward. As far as anyone knows, they never did. Think about what that means. The creators designed a mystery. They told the public that the mystery was solvable from the clues in part 1. They built a national contest around it. And when the answer was revealed, essentially nobody had arrived at it from the available evidence. Either the clues were insufficient, or the red herrings were too effective, or the answer did not follow logically from the evidence in the way the show claimed. Now look at the clues themselves. Burns falls on the sundial. His hands point to W and S, which, from his perspective as the victim, is M and S. The show tells you, this means Maggie Simpson, M for Maggie, S for Simpson, the central piece of evidence that solves the case. Except Burns himself stated explicitly on the record within the show that his hands pointing to those letters was not intentional. He was not placing his hands to indicate his attacker. He fell. The sundial was there. His hands landed where they landed. The clue that the official solution depends on, the piece of evidence that closes the case, was described by the victim himself as a coincidence. The central evidence is meaningless according to the person it supposedly came from. Burns said so. Then there's the gun. Burns carried a weapon in a holster. The episode shows his holster empty before the shooting. The gun was already missing from his person before he was attacked, which means whoever shot Burns used his own weapon against him. And whoever used that weapon was someone who did not bring their own gun to the confrontation. Most of the suspects who gathered at the town meeting were already armed. They had brought weapons specifically because their anger at Burns had reached the point of potential violence. The person who shot Burns was someone who had not come prepared to do it. Someone who encountered Burns's gun by chance and acted on impulse. A baby finding a gun on the ground fits this profile. But so does at least a dozen other characters who were not carrying weapons that evening. Burns's last words before being shot were these: "Oh, it's you." Not surprise, not alarm, not the exclamation of someone who is about to be attacked by a stranger. The calm, slightly irritated recognition of someone encountering a familiar face. He said it the way you greet someone you have met before but do not particularly respect. "Oh, it's you." as if the identity of the person standing before him was not a revelation, but a mild, slightly tiresome acknowledgement. Does Mr. Burns recognize Maggie Simpson? Has there ever been a meaningful interaction between Charles Montgomery Burns, who cannot reliably remember the name of his own employee of many years, and the one-year-old baby of that employee? The show does not establish a prior relationship. Burns barely registers Homer's existence. The notion that Burns man would encounter a baby in a parking lot and respond with, "Oh, it's you," as the familiarity of old acquaintance is a significant logical stretch. "Oh, it's you" is the greeting of someone who recognizes the person before them. Someone who knew this confrontation was coming. Someone whose surprise is not in the identity of the attacker, but perhaps in the timing, the circumstance, the particular moment. Now consider what happened in season 18, years after the shooting's resolution was supposed to be settled. Homer casually claimed, on camera, that he was the one who shot Burns. He said it out loud. He said it without context, without apparent motive for lying, without anyone pressing him. And the show treated the line as a throwaway. Nobody investigated. Nobody reopened the case. Homer confessed to the attempted murder of the wealthiest and most powerful man in Springfield, and the show moved past it in seconds. Either Homer was lying for attention, which is entirely consistent with his character and entirely possible, or Homer was telling the truth, and the original verdict was wrong, and a man who had actually committed the act had been protected by the convenient availability of an infant who could not be prosecuted. The Marge theory, developed in considerable detail by a Reddit user whose analysis attracted significant attention in the fan community, argues that Marge was the real shooter. The case is surprisingly strong when laid out carefully. Marge is a devoted mother who watched Burns systematically destroy everything her family valued. Her children's school lost its funding. Her family's dog was injured by Burns's operations. The son was stolen from her town. She had the motive. She had the emotional stakes. And she had the kind of quiet, patient determination that is easy to overlook because it does not announce itself loudly. The theory reaches a persuasive moment when it notes that Burns fell in love with Marge in a season 5 episode. His infatuation was established canon, and it argues that this infatuation is why Burns, when he woke from his coma and had the chance to identify his attacker, pointed at the sundial and let the town draw its own conclusions. He protected her. He took the bullet, came back to consciousness with the knowledge of who put it in him, and chose to cover for the woman he had once been besotted with, rather than sentence her to prosecution. Maggie became the answer because Maggie was convenient. A baby cannot be prosecuted. Chief Wiggum says it himself, with the frankness of a man who has already arrived at the only conclusion that matters from a practical standpoint. No jury in the world would convict a baby. Maybe Texas would try, he adds, but nowhere else. Maggie was the perfect fall person. An infant too young to deny the accusation, too young to understand what she was being accused of, too young to ever face a consequence for it. If someone needed to protect the real shooter, blaming Maggie was the cleanest possible solution. It ended the investigation. It resolved the case. It returned Springfield to equilibrium, and it cost nobody anything. The show knows these alternate readings exist. The final shot of the resolution episode is telling. After the reveal, after everyone has accepted the official explanation and the room has cleared, Maggie is left alone. She looks around carefully, deliberately. She checks that she is alone, and then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics pulling a trigger. The show presents this as confirmation. Maggie did it, and she knows she did it. But you could read that scene an entirely different way. A one-year-old baby who witnessed something violent and traumatic, who watched someone commit an act of violence in her presence, who is doing what young children universally do, replaying, imitating, processing, not confessing, remembering. There is a meaningful difference between a baby who is reenacting something she did and a baby who is reenacting something she saw. And the shot does not definitively show you which one it is. The alternate endings exist and they matter. A complete alternate conclusion was animated in which Smithers is revealed as the true shooter. Full length, fully voiced, fully produced. This was not a rough concept or a storyboard. It was finished. It was shown on the 138th episode Spectacular, hosted by the fictional character Troy McClure, who dismisses the Smithers ending by pointing out that it would require ignoring all the Simpson DNA evidence, which he describes as downright nutty. And Troy McClure makes this observation in an episode that aired just 2 years after the O.J. Simpson trial, in which a jury did exactly that. Ignored DNA evidence to reach a verdict. The show is winking at you from the screen. It is telling you that ignoring DNA evidence is not actually nutty at all. It happens. Courts do it. Towns do it. Springfield certainly does it. The early drafts of the script had Barney Gumble as the shooter. The writers considered this seriously. They planned his entire arc through the aftermath, including a prison sentence. It was abandoned. But the fact that the writers cycled through multiple different shooters before landing on Maggie tells you something important about how this mystery was constructed. The answer was not predetermined by the clues. The clues were adjusted to fit whatever answer the writers eventually chose. The mystery was reverse engineered from an answer selected for convenience rather than discovered through evidence that naturally led somewhere. And here's the question that nobody in Springfield ever asks. In a town where every single person had a clear and personal motive, where dozens of people were carrying weapons, where the victim had just stolen the sun from the community and destroyed the livelihoods and homes of a significant portion of the population, how is it possible that only one person acted? This is Springfield. These people form a mob because of a bear in a nearby forest. They riot over sporting events. They burn down their own town hall because of a misunderstanding about a small municipal decision. But when one man blocks out the sun and threatens the literal survival of every living thing in the community, only one person pulls a trigger, and that person is a baby who found the gun on the ground? Springfield is not a town known for restraint. Springfield is a town known for its explosive, disproportionate, often self-destructive responses to perceived injustices. The official story of the Burns shooting requires you to believe that an entire community of people, many of whom were armed and actively furious, produced exactly one attacker, and that attacker was an infant who was not old enough to form a coherent intention. The official answer is Maggie Simpson. The show committed to it. The writers stand behind it. The DVD commentary treats it as resolved history. But the contest, nobody won. The clue that Burns himself described as a coincidence. The alternate endings that were fully animated. Homer's unaddressed confession in season 18. The final shot of Maggie imitating the trigger pull in an empty room. All of it suggests that the greatest mystery in Simpsons history was never truly solved. It was closed. And in Springfield, as we will see again and again tonight, closing a case and solving it are two entirely different things. Section 4. How is Mr. Burns still alive? Let's talk about the oldest man in Springfield. Not the oldest in the way that small towns always seem to have one person who outlives everyone else by a decade and becomes a local legend. The oldest in the sense that the canonical evidence across multiple episodes places his birth date somewhere in the late 1800s. Puts his personal memories at historical events that most of the current audience's great-grandparents would barely have witnessed as children, and establishes that he has been operating this power plant and manipulating Springfield's politics and economics since before most American institutions currently in existence had been built. Charles Montgomery Burns is a medical impossibility, not in the cartoon logic sense, not in the sense that animated characters get to bend the rules of biology for comedic effect. Within the established internal logic of the Simpsons universe, where science and medicine work the way they work in the real world, where a doctor can diagnose you with every known disease simultaneously and describe the mechanism by which they cancel each other out. Burns's continued existence and continued function is a puzzle that the show has danced around for 3.5 decades without ever offering a complete answer. Let us establish the timeline first, because it is important to understand just how far back Burns's history actually goes. The show has depicted Burns with personal memories of events from before the turn of the 20th century. He has referenced the Gilded Age not as a historical period he studied, but as a time he personally experienced. He has described working relationships with historical figures who died before most of his current employees were born. He served in World War II, though his role in that conflict is characterized in the show as morally ambiguous at best and genuinely troubling at worst. He stole a $1 trillion bill from the United States government during wartime. He attended Yale. He knew Howard Hughes. He has referenced the Spanish-American War as something that occurred within his own lifetime. By the most conservative reading of the show's continuity, Burns is well over 100 years old. By a more liberal reading of certain episode details, he might be approaching 140. And he does not merely exist at this age in the way that very old people sometimes persist, frail and disconnected in nursing facilities. Burns runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation. He manipulates municipal politics with precise effectiveness. He orchestrates schemes that require sustained cognitive function, long-term strategic planning, and a detailed working understanding of modern technology, modern finance, modern law, and the psychological vulnerabilities of everyone around him. His body is frail. Yes, his physical strength is effectively non-existent. There's a recurring joke in the show about his inability to do simple physical things, about the precariousness of his skeletal frame, about the way he might be injured by something as mundane as a strong breeze. But his mind is razor sharp. Burns is arguably the most strategically intelligent character in Springfield, operating with a ruthlessness and a precision that nobody else in the show's cast can match. He has been operating at that cognitive level for longer than any human being should be capable of sustained, functioning consciousness. The show addresses the mechanism of his survival most directly in the Springfield Files. As we discussed in the first section, Burns undergoes a weekly medical treatment so intensive that it causes his body to glow. The treatments keep him alive for exactly 7 days. Miss them and he dies. The margin for error is 0. There is no grace period, no natural reserve of vitality to fall back on. Burns is maintained like a machine that requires regular servicing. Without the weekly intervention, his systems shut down. And the treatment involves radiation. Of course it does. The man who owns a nuclear power plant, the man whose facility has been leaking radioactive material into Springfield's water supply for decades, is personally dependent on controlled radiation exposure to sustain his own biological functioning. Burns is not just profiting from radiation. Burns is powered by it. His body has been so fundamentally altered by his proximity to nuclear material, perhaps over many decades, perhaps since his early involvement with atomic technologies, that it can no longer maintain itself through normal cellular processes. It requires external radiation input the way a normal human body requires food and water. Deprive it of that input for 7 days and the system collapses. This is not played as the show's central revelation about Burns. It is introduced as an explanation for why Homer saw a glowing figure in the woods and concluded it was an alien visitor. The implication is presented as a throwaway gag, but the implications of what the show is telling you are genuinely staggering. The owner of a nuclear power plant has been so thoroughly irradiated over such a long period that his body generates visible light. He is a human reactor, maintained by weekly dose adjustments, the way a fission reaction is maintained by adjusting the control rods. His life is not biology, his life is nuclear maintenance. The famous scene involving Burns's immune system is one of the most quoted moments in the show's history. Burns visits a doctor for a routine checkup. The doctor informs him that he has every disease known to medical science. Every single one simultaneously. Burns's body is carrying the full catalog of human illness. Every pathogen, every degenerative condition, every disorder, all present and active at the same time. The doctor explains that this should be impossible and also impossible in a different direction. Because all the diseases are present simultaneously, each one blocking the others, they exist in a state of perfect equilibrium. None of them can progress far enough to actually kill him, because they are all competing for the same resources and canceling each other out. The doctor names it Three Stooges Syndrome, comparing it to three people trying to fit through a doorway at the same time. They block each other. Nobody gets through. Burns is the sickest man in the United States, says the doctor. He is also functionally indestructible because everything that would kill him is being stopped by everything else that would kill him. This is played entirely for comedy. It is one of the most quoted scenes because it is genuinely funny. But if you accept the radiation theory of Springfield, if you accept that Burns's weekly treatments are the mechanism sustaining this equilibrium, then the scene becomes something much darker and stranger than a medical joke. Burns's radiation treatments are not curing his diseases. They are not fighting them. They are managing the equilibrium. They keep every illness in precisely the right state of perpetual standoff, preventing any single condition from gaining dominance and breaking through to kill him. It is not medicine in any conventional sense. It is disease management through nuclear intervention. Burns's body is a biological reactor, and his weekly appointments are the equivalent of adjusting the control rods in real time to prevent a critical event. Remove the treatments, and the equilibrium collapses. Every disease surges simultaneously. They are no longer blocking each other because they are no longer being held in balance by external forces. And a man carrying every known illness in human medicine, suddenly without the mechanism maintaining their standoff, would experience something that no medical language has words for. It would be catastrophic and almost instant. Smithers. Let us talk about Smithers for a moment, because his devotion to Burns has been a source of comedy and occasional pathos for the entire run of the show. The show plays Smithers' attachment to Burns as a combination of professional loyalty, personal devotion, and a complicated emotional dependence that the audience is meant to find funny and slightly sad. Smithers manages Burns' schedule. Smithers anticipates Burns' needs before they are expressed. Smithers monitors Burns' physical condition with a vigilance that the show consistently describes as bordering on obsession. Under the medical framework we have established, Smithers' devotion is not primarily emotional, it is functional. Smithers knows how the treatment protocol works. He is the only person in Springfield who fully understands the schedule, the dosing, the timing, the specific interventions required to keep Burns alive through one more week. Without Smithers managing those logistics, Burns would miss a treatment. And a missed treatment means the equilibrium collapses and everything that has been kept at bay for over a century comes through the door at once. Smithers is not devoted to Burns out of love alone, though the show suggests the love is genuine in its own complicated way. Smithers is devoted because he knows, with perfect clarity, that his absence is a death sentence. Every morning that Smithers shows up is another week that Burns survives. Every time Smithers manages the schedule, coordinates the medical appointments, ensures the treatments proceed without interruption, he is performing an act that is functionally indistinguishable from keeping Burns alive with his bare hands. That knowledge is the foundation of their relationship in a way the show has never made entirely explicit, but has made consistently evident. Burns needs Smithers to survive, not emotionally, biologically, and Smithers knows this. The power dynamic between them is more complicated than employer and employee, more complicated than a man and his devoted assistant. It is closer to the relationship between a patient and the only caregiver who understands his condition. Burns's historical connections add another dimension to the immortality question. The show establishes the Burns family as one of the oldest and most consistently powerful dynastic lineages in American history. The Burns wealth does not merely predate Burns himself, it predates multiple generations. The family was powerful before the Industrial Revolution. They were wealthy in ways that shaped American infrastructure, that built the systems other people then paid to use, that existed so far above conventional accountability that the law became theoretical rather than practical as a constraint on their behavior. The current Burns inherited this legacy. He did not build it from scratch. He took control of something already ancient when he arrived and has been extending and maintaining it ever since. Which raises a question the show raises briefly and then drops. Is Burns unique in the scope of his family? Did previous generations of the Burns dynasty also employ extraordinary measures to extend their hold on power and on life? Before nuclear technology, before the specific mechanisms that maintain Burns now, did his predecessors find other ways to persist beyond the normal human span? The show does not answer this. But it establishes that the Burns family has been in continuous control of its fortune for longer than most American institutions have been in existence. That kind of continuity does not emerge from normal generational succession. It requires either extraordinary luck or extraordinary measures. And the Burns family does not appear to operate on luck. There's also Burns's relationship with death itself as a recurring element of the show. Burns has come closer to dying than almost any other character across the series. He has been shot. He has been hospitalized dozens of times. He has collapsed, fallen, been attacked, been poisoned, been left in the wilderness alone. He has been placed in circumstances that should have ended his life many times over, and every single time he recovers, not through the cartoon resilience that Homer demonstrates, not through the show simply refusing to let a protagonist die, but through infrastructure, through money, through the mobilization of medical resources that exist specifically to ensure Burns survives whatever happens to his physical form. Homer survives because the narrative needs him to survive. Burns survives because he has spent a century building a system, with redundancies and protocols and dedicated personnel and private pharmaceutical research and personal physicians who understand his specific and deeply unusual medical situation, designed to ensure his survival regardless of what the world throws at him. Homer's immortality, if we want to call it that, is passive. It is the immortality of a protagonist in a story that has not ended yet. Burns's immortality is engineered. It is the product of deliberate, sustained, resource-intensive effort applied over a very long time. Every dollar he has ever earned, every institution he has ever compromised, every regulatory body he has ever neutralized, every politician he has ever purchased, it all feeds the same ultimate purpose. Keep Burns alive, keep the treatments coming, keep the diseases in balance, keep the reactor running. And here is the thing that makes the Burns immortality theory genuinely unsettling, rather than merely interesting. Springfield needs Burns, not in the complicated emotional way that we sometimes need the people who make our lives difficult. In the basic, structural, economic way. The town depends on the power plant. The power plant depends on Burns. Burns depends on the treatments. The treatments depend on the wealth that the power plant generates. It is a closed loop, a self-sustaining system in which the man and the machine and the money all feed each other in an endless cycle of mutual dependency. Springfield cannot kill Burns because Springfield cannot survive without Burns. And Burns cannot die because dying would mean the machinery he built over more than a century would finally have to answer for what it has done to the community that sustains it. He is not immortal. He is too expensive to die, and Springfield will keep paying the bill for as long as Burns keeps the lights on. Which, if his treatment schedule holds, will be a very long time. Which, given the state of those cooling towers and the quality of the safety inspector and the ongoing conversation nobody is having about the three-eyed fish, appears to be the arrangement that everyone in Springfield has agreed, without ever quite admitting to the agreement, to accept. Section 5. The Town That Voted to Forget. Principal and the Pauper. There is an episode of The Simpsons that the fan community has spent nearly 3 decades treating as a mistake, a creative failure, an error in judgment so fundamental that it damaged the show's relationship with its audience in ways that never fully healed. The episode is consistently ranked among the worst in the series. Critics cite it as the beginning of the end. Former writers distance themselves from it. Harry Shearer, who voices Principal Skinner and numerous other characters, publicly expressed his dissatisfaction with the storyline at the time. The backlash was immediate, intense, and has never fully subsided. The episode is from Season 9. The second episode of that season, which aired in September of 1997, it is called The Principal and the Pauper. And here's the argument that almost nobody makes about it. The episode is not a mistake. The episode is not a failure. The episode is the single most honest and self-aware thing The Simpsons has ever done. It says the quiet part loudly. It shows you, in direct daylight, the mechanism that makes Springfield work. The machinery that most episodes hide between the jokes and the couch gag. The infrastructure of collective denial that allows a contaminated town full of ageless, yellow-skinned residents to go on pretending that everything is normal. Here's what happens. Springfield Elementary holds a celebration honoring Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. In the middle of the event, a stranger walks in. Nobody recognizes him. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, the real Seymour Skinner, a decorated Vietnam War veteran who was captured as a prisoner of war in Southeast Asia, presumed dead by everyone who knew him, and who survived captivity, escaped, and returned to his life to discover that someone else had been living it for 20 years. The man Springfield has known as Seymour Skinner is revealed to be an imposter. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. Before Vietnam, Tamzarian was a street kid, a small-time criminal with no prospects, no family, no future worth protecting. He was drafted into the army and served in the same unit as the real Skinner. When Skinner was captured and presumed dead, Tamzarian felt the weight of guilt. He traveled to Springfield to deliver the news of Skinner's death to his mother, Agnes. When he arrived, Agnes assumed he was her son. She needed him to be. And Tamzarian, who had never been wanted anywhere, who had never had a family or an identity worth inhabiting, simply went along with it. He became Seymour Skinner. He took the name, the rank, the life, the mother, the entire identity, and he wore it for 20 years. Until the real Skinner walked through the gymnasium door and the structure of that borrowed life collapsed in an instant. The community is confronted with an undeniable fact. The man who has been running their school, who has been part of their lives, who has attended their events and supervised their children, and argued with their principal's mother and had a complicated romantic relationship with a teacher named Edna Krabappel, is not who he said he was. His military service? Not his. His relationship with his mother, built on deception. His entire identity? Stolen. Springfield holds a meeting. The real Seymour Skinner is present. Armin Tamzarian is present. The truth is fully exposed. Everyone knows. And Springfield does not vote on whether to prosecute Tamzarian for fraud. It does not vote on whether to restore the real Skinner's stolen identity. It votes on whether to acknowledge the truth at all. The verdict is unanimous. Judge Snyder issues a formal legal decree. The imposter is hereby declared to be the real Seymour Skinner. The actual Seymour Skinner, the war hero who survived years in a prisoner of war camp and returned to find his life occupied by a stranger, is tied to a railway car and physically removed from Springfield. And the judge makes it explicitly illegal, under penalty of torture, to ever again mention what was revealed in that room. The truth is criminalized. The messenger is exiled. The lie becomes official record. And fans were outraged. The criticism was pointed and sustained. Harry Shearer gave interviews about his dissatisfaction. Critics wrote about how the episode destroyed Skinner's character by revealing that everything the audience had understood about him was built on fiction. His military service, his relationship with Agnes, his dynamic with Bart, his teaching philosophy, his entire personality, all of it constructed on a lie. The episode is still, to this day, cited as the moment The Simpsons stopped respecting its own history. But here is what nobody wants to acknowledge. The episode is completely truthful about what Springfield is. It just does not hide it this time. It does not present the collective forgetting through the camera looking the other way, through the next episode beginning with no reference to the previous one, through the casual erasure that the show normally performs invisibly between episodes. It shows you the machinery, it shows you the vote, it shows you the legal decree and the exile and the criminalization of inconvenient fact. It makes you watch the process in real time. Springfield has always operated this way. The choice between the comfortable lie and the uncomfortable truth, and the reliable collective selection of the lie. The Principal and the Pauper is the only episode of The Simpsons where this choice is made explicitly, publicly, and with full awareness of what is being decided. Consider how many times Springfield has experienced events that should, by any reasonable standard of cause and effect, permanently alter the reality of the town. The list is extensive. The town has been destroyed and rebuilt multiple times. It has been sealed under a government-mandated dome. It has survived nuclear near misses, environmental catastrophes, alien encounters, the literal blocking of the sun by a billionaire's mechanical disk. It has been invaded, flooded, set on fire both literally and figuratively. It has endured the revelation that its principle was a fraud, that its economy was built on contaminated infrastructure, that its most powerful citizen has been kept alive by weekly radiation treatments for longer than the town itself has existed. And every single time, by the following episode, everything is back to normal. Nobody references what happened. Nobody shows the scars of the previous crisis. The slate is wiped. Fans describe this as episodic storytelling. The coma theory describes it as a dreaming brain resetting between cycles. The radiation theory describes it as cognitive damage from chronic exposure impairing the formation of long-term memories. But the principal and the pauper offers a fourth explanation, and it is the one the show commits to most explicitly. Springfield resets because the town chooses to reset, deliberately, collectively, through an unspoken social contract that predates any individual episode and will outlast them all. We will not acknowledge what happened. We will maintain the agreed-upon version of events. We will treat the lie as truth and the truth as criminal. And anyone who breaks this contract will be removed from the community. This is not cartoon logic. This is not lazy writing. This is how real communities function. Small towns in particular have a documented, deeply human capacity for collective denial. Scandals get buried. Crimes get forgotten. Uncomfortable truths get rewritten. Gently at first, and then with increasing firmness, until the official version is the only version that anyone is willing to remember or repeat. The uncomfortable version gets associated with troublemakers. People who bring it up are seen as disruptive, as obsessed, as unable to let things go. The real Seymour Skinner was Springfield's canary in the coal mine. He was a man who arrived with proof that the official narrative was built on deception. He was a man who had been wronged and who had every moral and legal right to reclaim what was taken from him. He presented his evidence. He made his case, and Springfield's response was not to thank him, was not to acknowledge the injustice, was not to feel the appropriate moral discomfort that an entire community had spent 20 years being lied to. Springfield's response was to tie him to a train and make it illegal to speak his name. Now think about what that means when you apply it to the bigger picture of everything Springfield knows and has chosen not to know. If the residents of Springfield acknowledged the dome, they would have to acknowledge the pollution. If they acknowledged the pollution, they would have to confront the power plant. If they confronted the power plant, they would have to challenge Burns. If they challenged Burns, the town's economy would collapse. The town's lights would go out. The town's jobs would evaporate. The town would die in a slow, grinding contraction that small communities do not come back from. So they choose not to remember. They vote not to remember. They make remembering illegal when necessary. If the coma theory is true, this episode takes on a dimension that is particularly poignant and slightly disturbing. If everything since the coma episode is Homer's dream, then Homer's unconscious mind invented a scenario in which an entire community voted to sustain a lie rather than face the truth. Because that is what Homer's mind needs to believe. It needs to believe that lies can be maintained forever. It needs to believe that a stolen identity, a borrowed life, a fake version of reality, can become real simply through collective agreement, simply through everyone deciding that the fiction is more useful than the fact. Because Homer's coma itself is a kind of stolen identity, a dream masquerading as a life, a simulation pretending to be waking experience. And as long as the dream town of Springfield keeps voting to maintain the fiction, as long as no one in the dream breaks ranks, Homer does not have to wake up. The episode is not the worst in the series. It might be the most important one. Because it is the only episode that makes the machinery visible. The only episode that shows you the social contract operating in real time rather than hiding it between episodes. The only episode that demonstrates, clearly and without irony, what Springfield really is. A community that has chosen its comfortable fiction and is prepared to expel anyone who threatens it. Armin Tamzarian is still pretending to be Seymour Skinner. The town is still pretending everything is fine. And somewhere out on that railway car, the real Seymour Skinner is drifting away from the only life he was ever promised. rendered illegal by the community that decided his truth was an inconvenience too significant to tolerate. The last honest man in a town that made honesty a crime. Section 6. Maggie Simpson, the smartest person in Springfield. Let's talk about the quietest member of the family. Maggie Simpson does not talk. She does not walk reliably. She communicates primarily through the sounds of her pacifier and the occasional pointed, deliberate stare. She is 1 year old and has been 1 year old for 36 years. She exists at the edges of most episodes, present in scenes as background detail, noted by the audience as adorable and largely unimportant, registered by her own family as something between a prop and a pet. She is the baby. She is the one who needs to be carried, fed, changed, supervised, protected, carried again. She is the dependent one, the one who does not yet have the cognitive capacity to understand the world around her. This is the character the show presents. This is the Maggie that Springfield sees. Here is what the show has actually been quietly telling you about Maggie Simpson for 3.5 decades. She shot a billionaire. She organized and led a successful rebellion in a totalitarian daycare facility. She has saved her family from multiple life-threatening situations. She has demonstrated problem-solving capabilities that exceed those of most adults depicted in the show. She was tested for intelligence, and the results registered at levels that the test was not calibrated to measure. She speaks when she chooses to speak, having done so on occasions carefully selected for maximum impact. And she chooses not to speak because she has decided, with full awareness of what she is choosing, that silence serves her interests better than noise does. Let us begin with the shooting because it is the most dramatic thing she has done and because it colors everything that comes after, even if it is ultimately the least interesting thing about her. We have already examined the Who Shot Mr. Burns mystery from the perspective of the unsolved case. But step back from the question of whether Maggie intentionally pulled the trigger and look instead at the aftermath. A baby was identified as the shooter. The police investigated. The evidence was presented. The official conclusion was that yes, this infant had committed an act of violence against a grown man, and the entire legal and social apparatus of Springfield had essentially no response to this beyond Chief Wiggum's pragmatic observation that no jury would ever convict a baby. It ended there. Maggie faced no consequences. The case was closed. Life continued. But the final shot of that resolution episode, the image that the show chose to leave the audience with before cutting away, is a 1-year-old child sitting alone in a room after everyone else has left. She looks around, carefully, deliberately. She checks her surroundings. She confirms that no one is watching. And then she moves her pacifier in a motion that replicates the act of pulling a trigger. That sequence requires something specific. It requires her to know what happened. It requires her to understand that the act carried significance. It requires her to have the social awareness to recognize that performing this gesture in front of others would have consequences, and therefore to wait until she is alone before doing it. And it requires her to have the impulse control to have waited that long in the first place. Checking to make sure you are alone before you do something you know other people should not see. That is a sophisticated social behavior. That is the behavior of someone who understands observation, consequences, and the strategic value of privacy. Those are not traits associated with infants. Those are traits associated with someone who is operating with a level of situational awareness that is, to put it plainly, not supposed to exist in a baby. The Longest Daycare is a 7-minute theatrical short film released in 2012, screened in cinemas before Ice Age, Continental Drift. It was nominated for an Academy Award. And it is 7 minutes of Maggie Simpson operating at a cognitive level that would be remarkable in an adult, let alone a 1-year-old who cannot walk from one end of a room to the other without falling over. The premise is simple. Maggie is dropped off at the Ayn Rand School for Tots, a daycare center run with an authority and efficiency that borders on oppressive. Inside the facility, she encounters a caterpillar that is beginning to spin a cocoon. She wants to protect it from a larger, bullying baby named Gerald, who has designs on destroying it. What follows is a miniature heist film in which Maggie navigates the daycare's physical environment, the behavioral patterns of the staff, the movements of other children, and the specific psychology of the bully, all in service of protecting the caterpillar until it can complete its transformation and fly away. She does this entirely without language. She does it through observation, through planning, through improvisation when plans fail, through adaptive problem solving of the kind that requires integrating new information in real time. She reads the environment and identifies its constraints. She identifies threats and ranks them by proximity and urgency. She develops a strategy, executes the first phase, adjusts when circumstances change, and implements the adjustment without losing track of the original objective. She engineers a series of diversions and timing-dependent maneuvers that require her to predict the behavior of multiple other actors simultaneously. She is operating at an executive function level that the developmental psychology literature would place at significantly above the norm for adults, let alone a child in her first year of life. Her body cannot keep pace with her mind. She falls. She stumbles. She crawls where she needs to run. Every physical limitation you would expect from a 1-year-old is present and visible. But her decision-making is consistently correct. Every choice she makes in that 7-minute film is the optimal choice given the information available to her. And when new information appears that changes the optimal choice, she adjusts immediately and accurately. This is not a baby who is smart for a baby. This is a baby who is demonstrating intelligence that is extraordinary by any standard, any age group, any developmental stage. And the film, by the choice to show us this in a context where Maggie's intelligence is the entire narrative, is not playing it for a quick laugh and moving on. It is asking you to sit with what you are watching for 7 minutes and really look at it. The show has tested Maggie directly. The results vary episode to episode, as continuity in The Simpsons often does, but the consistent thread across multiple examinations is the same. Maggie registers off the expected scales for whatever measurement tool is being applied. The show delivers these moments quickly, gets the laugh, moves to the next scene. But the pattern has been consistent across decades of episodes, and patterns that persist across decades are not accidents. Now consider why she does not speak. She is surrounded, every day of her life, by a family that never stops producing noise. Homer speaks constantly and at length about nothing. Marge worries aloud about everything. Bart is a relentless engine of verbal provocation. Lisa never stops lecturing, opining, expressing, arguing for things she believes and against things she finds unjust. The Simpson household is a wall of sustained, overlapping, rarely productive noise. And in the middle of this, Maggie sits. She watches, she listens, she processes. The theory that her silence is developmental delay is the surface reading, the one the show offers as cover and the one the family operates on. But look at what the silence actually does for Maggie. Look at her sister. Lisa Simpson is brilliant. Genuinely, measurably, consistently brilliant. Lisa has an IQ that the show has at various points compared to that of Einstein and other historically exceptional minds. Lisa is the most intellectually capable member of the family, by a significant margin, and probably the most intellectually capable resident of Springfield by an equally significant margin. Lisa uses her intelligence visibly, verbally, publicly. She announces herself as the smartest person in the room because she cannot help it, because the intelligence is inseparable from her personality, because the need to express what she knows and believes is as fundamental to who she is as anything else about her. And what has this gotten her? In Springfield, consistently, reliably, and across every season, isolation, dismissal, ridicule, and occasional active hostility. Lisa speaks up and gets ignored. Lisa challenges authority and gets punished. Lisa tries to improve the community around her and gets crushed by the weight of a town that has no interest in being improved. Her intelligence is her defining characteristic and her primary source of suffering because she has chosen, or perhaps been constitutionally unable to avoid, expressing it in a context that punishes its expression at every turn. Maggie has watched this happen. She has been watching it since before she was old enough to understand what she was watching. She has observed her sister fight every day for recognition and receive nothing but resistance. She has seen Amai with whatever cognitive process allows her to absorb and integrate experience, that being the smartest person in the room in Springfield is a liability rather than an asset. That visibility invites dismissal, that speaking up makes you a target, that the louder and more clearly you announce your intelligence, the more efficiently the environment will work to neutralize it. And Maggie, somewhere in whatever passes for her internal landscape, reached a different conclusion than Lisa reached. Silence is power. Invisibility is armor. The less they notice you, the more you can accomplish. The less you threaten them, the less they will work to contain you. Think about every remarkable thing Maggie has ever done in the show. Think about the common thread. The daycare rebellion succeeded because nobody monitors infants closely enough to see them organizing. The Burns shooting investigation focused on every adult in Springfield before it arrived at the baby in the parking lot because who seriously considers a baby as a plausible suspect? Every heroic act, every display of extraordinary capability, every moment where Maggie saves the day happens below the radar, in the margins, in the spaces where nobody is paying attention, because nobody pays enough attention to a baby to see what she is doing. And Maggie ensures that nobody pays attention to her by maintaining the most effective disguise available to her. She pretends to be exactly what a baby is supposed to be: quiet, passive, dependent, helpless. All the things that allow a baby to move through space unobserved and unquestioned. She is the opposite of all those things. She is the most capable member of the Simpson family. But she has invested 36 years in making certain that nobody figures this out before she is ready for them to. Now connect this to the radiation theory, because it creates an interesting symmetry. If Springfield's contamination produces mutations, and if those mutations affect each individual differently depending on genetics, exposure levels, timing, and whatever else determines how radiation damage manifests biologically, then Homer and Maggie represent opposite poles of the same environmental cause. Homer's mutation, layered on top of the crayon lodged in his brain from childhood, reduced his intelligence to levels that the show explicitly classifies as a clinical disability. Maggie's mutation, or perhaps some combination of genetic predisposition and environmental catalyst, supercharged her cognitive function to levels that the show's testing apparatus cannot adequately measure. Same contaminated water, same irradiated air, same family, same neighborhood, same nuclear shadow falling across the same house on Evergreen Terrace. But where the father's brain was diminished, the youngest daughter's was amplified. Homer and Maggie are two outcomes from the same source, sitting on opposite ends of the cognitive spectrum, living in the same house without either of them knowing what the other one truly is. Homer does not know that his infant daughter is the most intelligent being in his household by a significant margin. Maggie does not know, or perhaps does know, exactly what happened to her father's mind and what caused it. The coma reading of this adds something almost unbearably tender to Maggie's portrayal. If every episode since 1993 is Homer's dream, if the show is a father's unconscious love letter to the family he cannot reach, then Maggie's genius is Homer's deepest wish for his youngest child. He cannot see her grow up. He cannot watch her become someone. He cannot know what kind of person she turns into, what she chooses to do with her life, what she values, what she loves. He is locked away from all of that in a hospital bed in Springfield General, and the only information his dreaming brain has about the baby he last held before the vending machine fell is the memory of her enormous eyes and her pacifier, and the way she looked at things as if she understood them. So he gives her what he cannot give himself. He gives her the intelligence to handle whatever the world turns out to be. He makes her extraordinary. He makes her capable of things no baby should be able to do. He makes her the kind of person who does not need anyone to protect her, who can navigate any environment, who will be okay, entirely okay, even without him there. Her genius is not a mutation. In the coma reading, Maggie's genius is a prayer. Back in Springfield, if there is still a waking Springfield to be back in, there is a darker reading. Maggie does not speak because she has learned that speaking gets you nothing in this town. She does not reveal her intelligence because intelligence is punished here. She watches. She remembers. She understands. And she waits for what? The show never tells us. Maggie's endgame is the last genuinely unsolved mystery of the Simpson family. She is the only character whose future remains entirely unknown, entirely unforeshadowed, entirely open. The show has glimpsed possible futures for Homer and Marge, for Bart, for Lisa. But Maggie's future has never been shown. Her adulthood has never been sketched, even briefly. We do not know what she becomes. We do not know what she is capable of when she finally decides to show it. We have seen fragments. A baby who shot a man. A baby who commanded a room full of infants. A baby who solved problems that confounded adults. A baby who can confirm or deny a person's guilt with a single nod, and whom her own family trusts implicitly on questions requiring both intelligence and moral clarity. Maggie Simpson is 1 year old. She cannot walk without falling. She cannot speak in sentences. She is the most powerful person on Evergreen Terrace, and she has spent 36 years making sure nobody knows it. The pacifier is the cover. The helpless baby routine is the disguise. Behind those enormous eyes, behind the occasional mimed trigger pull in an empty room, behind 3.5 decades of strategic silence, something is thinking. Something is planning. Something is watching the family and the town with a patience and an intelligence and a precision that nobody in Springfield suspects, because nobody in Springfield is looking at the baby closely enough to see it. When Maggie finally decides to show what she is capable of, Springfield will not be prepared. Nobody will be. Because Maggie designed it that way, starting before she could walk. Starting before most people thought she could think. That is the plan. And so far, every piece of it is working perfectly. Section 7. The Simpsons predictions. How they knew. Let's take a deep breath and shift the temperature in the room slightly, because we have been in some genuinely heavy territory, and it is time to spend a section in the stranger, more speculative, and ultimately more fascinating space of the predictions phenomenon. The idea that The Simpsons has been accurately forecasting real-world events for over 3 decades is at this point a permanent fixture of internet culture. It surfaces reliably whenever the show's history intersects with a current event. The memes cycle. The screenshots circulate. The commentary ranges from playful conspiracy to genuine bewilderment. People who have not watched the show in 2 decades will share a clip and ask, with apparent sincerity, how it is possible that a cartoon from 1989 could have seen what was coming. Let's go through the most significant ones because they deserve to be laid out properly before we examine what is actually happening. The Trump prediction is the one everyone knows. In the year 2000, during the episode called Bart to the Future, the show depicted a future version of the United States in which Lisa Simpson has become president. Her predecessor, the president whose financial disasters she is inheriting and trying to manage, is identified as Donald Trump. The episode aired 16 years before Trump won the 2016 election. The internet's response to this, when the clip circulated in the aftermath of that election, was somewhere between amazement and genuine unease. A cartoon had named a specific real person by name as a future president, and then that person became president on the timeline the show had implied. The list extends well beyond Trump. In 1995, the show depicted a device worn on the wrist that functions as a communication and computing tool. This was around 15 years before smartwatches became a consumer reality and roughly 20 years before they became genuinely common. In 1994, Homer went to space with Buzz Aldrin, decades before commercial space tourism became a thing that private citizens could book. In 1998, a writer named David S. Cohen wrote into an episode a mathematical equation that, when examined carefully by physicists years later, appeared to anticipate the mass of the Higgs boson particle. The Higgs boson would not be experimentally confirmed until 2012. In 1999, Homer proposed a theory suggesting the universe might be shaped like a donut, a toroidal form. Years later, cosmologists examining radiation patterns in cosmic background data found suggestions that the universe might indeed have a toroidal topology. In 1993, an episode depicted a flu virus originating from Asia, spreading to Springfield, producing mass panic, runs on supplies, and a frantic communal search for treatments and cures. The episode aired 27 years before a novel coronavirus emerged from Asia and produced, with some variation, many of these exact dynamics on a global scale. In the same episode, the townspeople accidentally released a swarm of killer bees, which became briefly but dramatically relevant when Asian giant hornets were spotted in the United States during the opening months of the 2020 pandemic. In 1996, the show included a joke in which the hip-hop group Cypress Hill accidentally booked the London Symphony Orchestra for the same venue on the same night. This joke became reality in 2024 when Cypress Hill actually performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall. 28 years between the joke and the event it described. In 1998, the show depicted a media company acquiring 20th Century Fox. In 2019, Disney acquired 20th Century Fox. The show's parent company's parent company, in other words, bought the entity the joke had predicted would be absorbed. The self-referential quality of this particular one is almost vertiginous if you think about it too long. The show has also depicted video calling, autocorrect errors, targeted advertising, surveillance culture, portable computing devices, electric vehicles in widespread use, and a dozen other technological developments. In many cases, years before those technologies became part of everyday life in any meaningful way. So how? Al Jean, one of the show's executive producers, and a person who has been connected to it since the earliest seasons, has addressed this directly and with characteristic bluntness. His explanation, stripped of any drama, is this: if you throw enough darts, you will hit some bullseyes. That is the official position. Volume plus time equals apparent prophecy. The Simpsons has produced close to 800 episodes across 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of observations, jokes, satirical scenarios, cultural commentaries, and imagined futures. When you generate that quantity of predictive content over that long a period, some percentage of it will align with actual future events through the operation of statistical probability. It is not prophecy. It is math. Bill Oakley, who ran the show during several of its best seasons, said something even more direct. There are very few cases, he explained, where The Simpsons genuinely predicted something. Most of what gets called a prediction is coincidence, driven by the fact that history is cyclical. The episodes are old. The cultural dynamics they satirized come around again. The specific details vary. The underlying patterns repeat. Fact-checking organizations have worked through many of the most circulated prediction claims systematically. The analysis typically finds the same pattern. Many of the supposed predictions are less remarkable than they appear once you look at the specific timing and the specific cultural context in which the episode were written. The Trump prediction, for instance, did not emerge from some mystical foreknowledge of the 2016 electoral landscape. Trump had been publicly flirting with the idea of running for president since the late 1980s. He had floated presidential campaigns repeatedly across multiple election cycles. The show's writers, highly educated people who paid close attention to American political culture, looked at the trajectory of celebrity politics and the specific cultural visibility of Donald Trump and made a joke about the logical extreme of where that trajectory was pointing. The joke was not prescient. The joke was observant. Similarly, the Disney-Fox merger prediction was not magic. Media consolidation was an accelerating trend that anyone following the entertainment industry could see developing. The show made a joke about the endpoint of a trend that was already visibly in motion. When the endpoint arrived in 2019, it felt like prophecy because the cultural memory of the joke was stronger than the cultural memory of the trend that made the joke obvious in the first place. The Simpsons writing staff historically has been one of the most educated and intellectually formidable in American television. Multiple writers hold degrees from Harvard and Yale. Many have serious backgrounds in mathematics, science, computer science, political theory, and economics. These are people who have spent their professional lives studying patterns in American culture, identifying trajectories in technology and politics and social behavior, and then pushing those trajectories forward to their most absurd but logically consistent conclusions. They are not guessing. They are reading more carefully than most, and then extrapolating with more sophistication than most. This explains most of the predictions, not all of them. Some of the coincidences are specific enough, detailed enough, eerily precise enough, that statistical probability starts to feel like it is doing more work than it can carry. The Trump prediction did not merely describe a celebrity becoming president. It depicted a scene that visually echoed, in some interpretations, Trump's 2015 campaign announcement, including a descent from an escalator. The Siegfried and Roy prediction did not simply joke about exotic animals being dangerous. It depicted a white tiger attacking one of the performers in a way that closely mirrors what happened in 2003 when Roy Horn was critically injured by one of the act's white tigers during a live performance. These are not vague trend extrapolations. These are specific images that aligned with specific future events in ways that make you stop and look at the screen. And this is where the genuinely interesting question begins. Because there is a reading of the predictions phenomenon that is more interesting than conspiracy, more interesting than time travel, more interesting than a writing staff with mystical foresight, and more grounded in how cultural influence actually works. The Simpsons does not predict the future. The Simpsons shapes it. This requires a moment's explanation because it sounds initially like a grander claim than the ones we have been making. And in some ways it is, but it is also more specific and more verifiable. The Simpsons has been running for over 36 years. It has been one of the most watched, most quoted, most referenced, and most deeply embedded pieces of media in the cultural bloodstream of the United States and through global distribution of much of the world. Its jokes have entered the American lexicon. Its observations have become part of how Americans understand and articulate their own cultural reality. The show has been present in the conversation for so long and so consistently that it has not merely reflected American culture, it has, in ways that are difficult to fully measure but real, participated in the construction of that culture. When The Simpsons makes a joke about Trump becoming president, that joke enters circulation. Millions of people see it. It becomes a reference point. It becomes something people say to each other and share with each other and think about when Trump appears on television. The joke does not predict that Trump will run for president. The joke makes the idea of a Trump presidency feel familiar. It primes the cultural imagination. It makes the scenario feel less like a genuinely unprecedented thing and more like the fulfillment of something that was already a recognizable cultural possibility. When reality catches up to the joke, the audience experiences something that feels like recognition rather than surprise. We have seen this before. Springfield already showed us this. The Simpsons already did this. What feels like prophecy is actually the experience of having been culturally prepared for a reality that the show made feel inevitable years before it arrived. This is not nothing. This is actually a significant form of cultural influence, more subtle and more pervasive than direct persuasion. The show did not cause Trump to run for president, but the show's joke, seen by millions over the years between 2000 and 2016, may have contributed to a cultural landscape in which that candidacy felt less shocking than it would otherwise have been. The cultural imagination had a template for it. Springfield had shown them the punchline first. Springfield does not reflect America. America has become Springfield. The show held up a mirror for 36 years, and the reflection became familiar enough that we started to resemble what we saw. The nuclear power plant, the corrupt billionaire, the incompetent institutions, the population too distracted by its own daily struggles to notice how thoroughly it is being managed. The endless cycle of catastrophe and reset, the collective amnesia. Springfield is not a forecast of where America was heading. Springfield is a description of where America already was. The show just wrote it down, but there is a final piece to the prediction phenomenon that is most important and the most frequently overlooked. The Simpsons has also made thousands of predictions that did not come true. Jokes about jetpacks and moon colonies and technological developments that never materialized. Political satire about outcomes that went the other way. Cultural observations about shifts that never happened. They are not collected. They are not shared. Nobody creates a viral meme about the Simpsons episode from 1997 that predicted something that definitely did not happen. Confirmation bias as a cognitive mechanism only works in one direction. We remember the hits. We share the hits. We build narratives around the hits, and we forget completely and without effort the misses. The misses disappear. The hits accumulate into a highlight reel that looks, when presented without the context of all the misses surrounding it, like something approaching prophecy. When you produce 788 episodes containing thousands of satirical observations about the trajectory of American culture, and then you filter all of that content through the most powerful confirmation bias engine ever built, which is the internet's tendency to amplify the remarkable and ignore the ordinary. You end up with a body of apparent predictions that seems impossible to explain by ordinary means. The predictions are not supernatural. They are the natural result of a brilliantly written show running for an impossibly long time, staffed by highly educated observers of American culture, producing more satirical content than any other show in television history, and then having that content filtered through confirmation bias until only the striking alignments but beyond alignments remain visible. The Simpsons wrote enough possible futures that some of them had to be right. The ones that were right are the ones anyone remembers. The rest have already faded, quietly, without ceremony, into the long archive of things that were said once and did not happen. Even knowing how the trick works, though, it is still impressive to watch. 800 episodes, 36 years, and enough bullseyes to make even the show's own creators pause and consider, briefly and privately, whether they know something they should not. Section 8. Mona Simpson and the Three-Generation Conspiracy. Let us talk about the woman who explains everything about Homer Simpson. Not Marge, not the wife who stayed and loved him through 3 decades of disasters and recoveries. The other one. The mother who left. The woman whose absence shaped Homer's psychology so fundamentally that almost every aspect of his personality, every coping mechanism, every relationship pattern, every vulnerability, traces back to the night she disappeared and the lie that replaced her. Mona Simpson is one of the most important characters in the entire history of The Simpsons. She appears in only a handful of episodes. Her presence is brief, her time on screen limited, her role peripheral in the sense that she never becomes a regular part of the family's daily life. But her absence is not peripheral. Her absence is structural. It is the load-bearing wall of Homer Simpson's emotional architecture, and when you examine it carefully, when you trace the lines from that absence outward, you find that it connects to Burns, connects to the plant, connects to Homer's job security, connects to Grandpa's silence, connects to Homer's cognitive limitations, connects all the way back to a biology weapons laboratory that most viewers have probably forgotten existed. For the first 6 seasons of the show, Homer's mother was dead. That was the official story, delivered by his father, Abe Simpson, who showed Homer a grave and told him the woman who lay beneath it was the mother who had loved him. Homer mourned. He grew up without her. He built an entire interior life around the fact of her absence, around the specific shape of that wound, around the particular kind of grief that comes from losing a parent very young and never quite understanding why or what it means. The effect on Homer's personality was total. His desperate need to be loved, his terror of abandonment, his willingness to endure humiliation from his employer, his neighbors, his own children, rather than risk losing the one stable thing he has. His clinginess toward Marge, his compulsive need to be liked by everyone around him, his almost childlike devastation when people do not like him, his inability to sustain anger toward people who have hurt him, replaced instead by a kind of bewildered hurt that dissipates because he simply does not have the psychological architecture to hold on to grievance in the way a person who felt secure would. Homer's entire personality is, in a very real sense, a coping mechanism for maternal loss. The whole of who he is, the silliness and the sweetness and the obliviousness, and the deeply loving impulses that surface between the disasters, all of it was shaped by the absence of a mother he was told had died. And in season 7, the show revealed that the loss was a lie. The episode is called Mother Simpson. It aired on November 19th, 1995, and it is widely considered one of the best episodes the show has ever produced. The setup is characteristic Simpsons comedy. Homer fakes his own death to avoid working on a Saturday. When Marge insists he go to the Hall of Records to correct the error, Homer discovers something in the municipal records that stops him completely. His mother is alive. She never died. The grave Abe showed him was not hers. It was the grave of Walt Whitman, the poet. Abe had been pointing at a famous writer's headstone and telling his son it was his mother's resting place for Homer's entire life. The reunion scene between Homer and Mona is one of the most emotionally direct things the show has ever attempted. A grown man and his mother, separated for 27 years, finding each other beside a grave that belongs to neither of them. When Mona tells Homer what happened, why she left, where she has been, the story she tells is not a simple one. It begins in 1969. Mona was a housewife. She was married to Abe. She had a young son named Homer. She was, by outward appearances, an entirely ordinary person, living an entirely ordinary life in Springfield while the world outside churned through the civil rights era, the anti-war movement, the counterculture. And then she was radicalized. The show depicts this with its characteristic blend of absurdity and genuine weight. She joined a group of activists. The show calls them hippies, but the show also makes it clear that their cause was not trivial. They were not protesting the war in the abstract. They had a specific target. Mr. Burns owned a biological weapons laboratory in Springfield. Let that settle for a moment before we move on. The man who owns the nuclear power plant with 342 safety violations, the man who blocked out the sun over his own town, the man whose facility has been quietly contaminating Springfield's water supply for decades, also owned, at some point in the late 1960s, a germ warfare facility, a laboratory designed to produce biological weapons in Springfield, in the same town where Homer Simpson was growing up, where children were going to school, where families were living their lives without any awareness that the richest man in town was manufacturing weapons-grade pathogens in a laboratory down the road. Mona and her group broke into the facility. They detonated what the show describes as an antibiotic bomb, destroying the biological agent stored inside. During the raid, they accidentally cured the asthma of the security guard at the facility, who happened to be the man who would later become Springfield's chief of police, Clancy Wiggum. The raid was successful. The weapons were destroyed. But Mona made one mistake. As the group fled, she stopped to help someone who had been knocked down in the chaos. The person she stopped to help was Mr. Burns. She extended her hand to a man she had just defeated, because she was that kind of person, the kind of person who cannot not help, even when the person who needs it is her enemy. And Burns looked up and saw her face. He identified her. He contacted the FBI. From that moment forward, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She could not go home. She could not contact her family. She could not hold her son or explain to him why she was leaving. She kissed Homer goodnight while he was sleeping, and she disappeared into the night, and she did not come back for 27 years. Homer woke up and his mother was gone. Abe told him she was dead, and Homer spent the next 3 decades of his life believing he was the kind of son whose mother would rather be dead, or at least rather appear dead, than raise him. Now, here is where the conspiracy deepens. Because what Mona's story reveals is not just a family tragedy. It is the architecture of Homer's entire life, designed and maintained by Burns. Burns did not just identify Mona to the FBI, he pursued her, actively, personally, across decades. When Mona returns to Springfield in the Season 7 episode, Burns spots her through a cab window and immediately calls the authorities. He recognized her. He still remembered her face after 27 years. He still cared enough about a woman who had destroyed his weapons laboratory in 1969 to have her arrested in 1995. Burns held a personal grudge for more than a quarter of a century, and used the resources at his disposal to ensure it produced consequences. When the FBI arrives at the Simpson house, Mona has to flee again. Homer has to say goodbye to his mother for the second time. And this time he knows everything. He knows she is alive. He knows why she left. He knows who forced her out. He knows that the man who destroyed his family is his own employer. Homer works for Burns. Homer has worked for Burns his entire adult life. Homer earns his paycheck, such as it is, from the man whose actions stole his mother from him, damaged his childhood, and built the lie that shaped his entire psychology. And Homer does not connect the dots. He does not confront Burns about it. He does not quit. He does not even seem to fully process the connection in any sustained or meaningful way. The recognition is there briefly, and then it fades. Homer's response to discovering that his employer destroyed his family is essentially the same as his response to everything difficult. He processes it in the moment, and then it settles into the background of a mind that does not have the architecture to hold on to things that hurt too much to examine. This is not played as comedy. It is played as tragedy. The episode does not ask for laughs at the moment of Homer's recognition. It asks you to sit with the weight of it. Because Homer is not capable of making the connection and acting on it. His brain does not work that way. Not because he is lazy or careless or indifferent to his own suffering. Because the combination of environmental contamination, decades of radiation exposure, and the crayon that has been sitting behind his frontal lobe since childhood has left Homer without the cognitive architecture to sustain the kind of complex, multi-causal reasoning that would allow him to connect the man who signs his checks to the man who stole his childhood. Burns did not just ruin Mona's life. By driving Mona away when Homer was young, Burns ensured a specific outcome. A child who grows up without his mother who is told she died, who internalizes that loss as evidence of his own unworthiness of love, who spends his entire adult life desperately seeking the approval and affection that was taken from him before he was old enough to understand what he had lost. That child becomes a particular kind of adult, eager to please, terrified of abandonment, unwilling to challenge authority because challenging authority might mean losing the job. And losing the job might mean losing the thing that barely fills the void left by the mother who never came back. The perfect employee for a man who needs someone in Sector 7G, who will never, under any circumstances, shut the plant down. Homer does not work at the nuclear power plant because it is the only job available. He does not work there because he lacks the intelligence to find something better, though the show makes this argument superficially. He works there because Burns broke him before he was old enough to protect himself, and the broken version of Homer is precisely the instrument Burns needs. Compliant, grateful, too emotionally damaged by the original wound to recognize the wound's source. Incapable of the kind of sustained self-advocacy that would allow him to demand better conditions, better treatment, better everything. The show confirms the structural connection in the later episode. It is revealed that Grandpa Simpson, Homer's father, made a deal with Burns. Burns had committed some crime and Grandpa discovered it. The terms were simple. In exchange for Grandpa's silence, Burns would guarantee Homer's employment at the plant regardless of performance. No matter how many mistakes Homer made, no matter how many times any rational employer would have fired him, no matter how many documented incidents of negligence, incompetence, or outright catastrophic failure, Homer's job would be secure. The show has cited 742 documented errors by Homer at the plant. 742. And he has never been permanently let go because the deal protects him. His job security is not a cartoon convenience. It is a contractual obligation between his father and his mother's persecutor, brokered in silence, maintained in secret, never explained to the person it most directly affects. Grandpa made a deal with the devil and buried the truth. Mona fought the devil and lost everything. Homer inherited both the consequences of the deal and the fallout of his mother's sacrifice and never knew why his life felt so heavy, why something always seemed slightly off, why he could never quite shake the sense that he was missing something he did not have a name for. The crayon in his brain is the final layer of this. When the episode Homer, without the crayon, removes it and lets us see what Homer would have been, he becomes articulate, perceptive, genuinely intelligent, capable of understanding the world around him with a clarity that is almost jarring in its contrast with the person we have watched for years. He sees Springfield for what it is. He sees his job for what it is. He sees his life clearly, perhaps for the first time, and it is unbearable. Because understanding the world clearly and being unable to change it is worse in many ways than not understanding it at all. Homer sees the pattern. He sees the architecture of his own suffering. And then he chooses to put the crayon back. He chooses the fog. He chooses the comfortable numbness of not quite knowing over the devastating clarity of knowing perfectly well. But the choice was never really free. Homer was never meant to see clearly in Springfield. Burns made sure of that when Homer was young and his mother was kissing him goodnight for the last time. The system is designed to produce exactly this outcome. A man who cannot quite understand what was done to him. A man who loves his family completely and is incapable of protecting them from the thing that most threatens them. A man who goes to work every day for the man who destroyed his childhood and comes home at the end of the shift and falls on the couch and does not know why everything feels slightly wrong. That is Homer. That is the show. That is the three-generation conspiracy that the show laid out across multiple seasons, in episodes that are individually beloved as classics and rarely considered together as components of a single, sustained, devastating story. Mona Simpson died in a later season. Her death is one of the quietest and most devastating moments in the show's long history. No explosion, no disaster, no reset. Just Homer sitting beside his mother's bed, holding her hand, watching her go, the weight of 27 stolen years pressing down without any of the comedy that usually cushions the hard things in Springfield. Just a man and his mother, and the time they never got back, and the knowledge of why. Burns took that time. Burns built the machinery that took it. And Homer spent those years working for the man who built the machinery, earning a paycheck that traces back to the origin of everything that was taken from him without ever being able to hold the two things together in a mind that cannot quite manage that kind of sustained, dangerous clarity. Burns won. In Springfield, Burns always wins. Because in Springfield, the man who controls the power controls everything, and the power has always been his, and it will go on being his for as long as the treatments work and the plant runs and Homer shows up for his shift. Section 9. Where is Springfield? There is a question so fundamental to the experience of watching The Simpsons that it seems almost too obvious to ask seriously. And yet when you pursue it with a genuine attention, when you follow it into the corners where the show has pushed it and examine what it has left there, it opens into something much stranger and more philosophically interesting than a simple geography question. Where is Springfield? Not which state is it in, because that question has been asked and artfully dodged by the show for the entirety of its run, and the dodging itself is part of the answer. The real question is why. Why has the show spent 36 years constructing a town that could be anywhere in the United States and yet cannot be definitively located in any specific place? Why has the show built an entire mythology of deliberate geographic contradiction? Why, when the show's creator finally admitted where he got the name from, did the contradictions not stop? Why did the writers continue after that admission to place Springfield in geographic context inconsistent with the stated origin? Let's map the contradictions first, because they are extensive enough to be remarkable on their own before we consider what they mean. Springfield borders, at various points across the show's run, the states of Ohio, Nevada, Maine, and Kentucky, depending on which episode you are watching. It is located on a coast. It is located in the heartland. It is near the Canadian border. It is near Mexico. It has mountains within driving distance. It has oceanfront property. It has a desert. It has farmland. It has dense forest. It has an active volcano. It has weather that ranges from severe blizzard conditions to tropical heat waves within the span of a single season. No actual American city has this combination of geographic features simultaneously accessible. The show has not merely failed to specify a consistent state. It has built a town that, taken in aggregate across all its episodes, occupies a geographic position that is physically impossible in the real United States. Springfield is everywhere and nowhere. It contains features drawn from every region of the country, assembled without regard for topographic reality, in a way that makes the question of which state it is in genuinely unanswerable, not because the information is missing, but because the town does not correspond to any actual geography. Lisa's area code has been shown as 636, which is Missouri. The state abbreviation has been rendered as NT, which does not correspond to any real state. Homer has called the state capital and heard the state identified as one that begins with a vowel, which narrows the possibilities without settling them. Every time a clue appears that seems to narrow the geographic field meaningfully, another episode drops a contradicting detail that reopens everything. Matt Groening, the show's creator, told Smithsonian Magazine in 2012 that he named the town Springfield because it is one of the most common city names in the United States, and because he grew up near Springfield, Oregon. For approximately 48 hours, the mystery appeared to be resolved. Springfield was in Oregon. Done. Except the show did not honor this. Episodes continued to air after the interview, placing Springfield in geographic contexts that were inconsistent with Oregon. The writers continued building contradictions. The mystery was not resolved by Groening's admission because the mystery, it turned out, was not really a mystery about geography. It was a deliberate condition of the show's construction. And one person's admission that he named the town after a specific city did not change the way the writers had been building that town for decades. The surface explanation for all of this is the one the show's creators have always offered. Springfield is universal. Springfield is every American town. Springfield is designed to feel like home to any viewer, regardless of their actual zip code, because it contains fragments of everywhere rather than the full specificity of somewhere. This explanation is true. It is intentional. It is part of the show's design philosophy and has been confirmed by multiple people involved in making it. But under the framework of everything we have been discussing tonight, the geographic impossibility of Springfield takes on dimensions that the surface explanation does not capture. If the radiation theory is accurate, if Springfield exists as a contamination zone in which the normal rules of biology have been suspended by decades of nuclear exposure, why should the laws of geography be exempt from the same warping? The fish have 3 eyes. The residents do not age. The billionaire glows. If the contamination has bent biological reality in Springfield to the point where organisms mutate, where the normal processes of cellular aging do not apply, where one man's body requires weekly radiation maintenance to stay alive, Why would the town's physical geography remain subject to the ordinary constraints of topography and climate? Springfield has mountains and oceans and deserts because whatever the plant has done to this place has not limited its damage to biology. The space itself has been altered. The physics of Springfield are as unreliable as the biology. The coma theory offers a different reading, more intimate and more emotionally resonant. Homer's dreaming brain does not contain a precise mental map of the United States. It contains impressions, fragments, the emotional residue of places visited, seen, imagined. Mountains from a family vacation, the ocean from a commercial on a television he half watched, desert from a movie he saw once and partially remembered, farmland from driving through the Midwest at some point in his life, the coastline from a childhood memory he cannot quite place. Homer's unconscious mind assembled Springfield from everything it had ever experienced or imagined of the American landscape, layering the fragments on top of each other without reference to physical logic, because dreams do not operate by the logic of geography. Dreams operate by the logic of feeling. And every landscape Homer has ever known or wanted to know is in Springfield because Springfield is where Homer is, and Homer carries all of it. Springfield feels like feels like America because it is made of Homer's memory of America. The memory is scattered and incomplete and held together by longing and repetition rather than accurate spatial recall. But it is comprehensive in its emotional register. Every version of America that Homer has ever encountered is in there somewhere, which is why the town can be in Ohio in one episode, and near Mexico in the next, and on a coast in the third, without any of these being presented as contradictions. In a dream, distance does not mean what it means while awake. In a dream, everything is as close as the next thought. The principle in the pauper theory, the reading of Springfield as a community that maintains its reality through collective agreement, offers the most politically pointed interpretation of the geographic mystery. You cannot investigate a town you cannot locate. You cannot bring federal charges against a nuclear power plant if the state it operates in keeps changing. You cannot establish consistent regulatory oversight of a facility when the regulatory authority shifts with the geography. You cannot hold anyone accountable for anything in a jurisdiction that is perpetually undefined. Springfield floats between states because floating is safer than landing. Landing means a fixed address. A fixed address means a fixed regulatory apparatus. A fixed regulatory apparatus means someone from the state EPA shows up with a clipboard and asks why the river runs in 3 colors. Springfield's geographic instability is not confusion or inconsistency. It is a legal strategy. The most effective defense against oversight is the systematic removal of jurisdiction. The town has no fixed location, so no state government claims full authority over it. No federal agency knows where to consistently apply its resources. Burns's power plant operates in a space that is simultaneously everywhere and nowhere, subject to regulations that are always slightly out of reach because the place they apply to keeps moving. A town that cannot be found cannot be shut down. In the episode Behind the Laughter, the show's 12th season mockumentary, Springfield's location is finally given directly. In the original broadcast, the family is described as coming from northern Kentucky. In syndicated reruns, the location was changed to a different state. The answer literally depended on which version you were watching. The show gave you the truth and then changed the truth depending on the platform. Even when Springfield has a definitive answer, that answer is not stable. It mutates. It refuses to stay in place. The truth keeps moving. Every state in the Union has at some point been nominated by fans as Springfield's true home. Every theory has supporting evidence. Every theory has contradicting evidence. The show built this state of permanent ambiguity deliberately, maintained it through decades of contradictory detail, and has shown no inclination to resolve it. Because the ambiguity is not a problem to be solved. It is the destination. A town that belongs to everyone belongs to no one. A town that could be anywhere can never be held accountable for what it is. And Springfield cannot afford accountability. Not for the plant, not for the contamination, not for the billionaire who remembers the Spanish-American War, not for the fish with three eyes. Not for any of it. As long as Springfield's location remains undefined, the dome cannot come down for good. The cleanup cannot begin. The questions cannot start to be asked by the people with the authority to demand answers. The town remains mile in the pleasant, protected fog of geographic ambiguity, where the lights stay on and the beer is cold and the floating timeline keeps everyone young and nothing at all ever quite has to be faced. Springfield will never be found, because Springfield decided long ago and without making a fuss about it, that being found was too dangerous. It is everywhere, which means it is nowhere, which means it is safe, which means the cooling towers keep leaking and the river keeps running, and the fish keep growing their third eyes, and nobody ever shows up to ask the questions that would make the answers unavoidable. That is Springfield. It has always been Springfield. You just had to know where not to look. Section 10. The Floating Timeline. Why Nobody Ages. We have arrived after a long journey through contamination zones and comas and murders and immortal billionaires and towns that vote to forget, at the mystery that sits at the center of all the others. The one that every theory in this script circles back to. The one that the radiation theory addresses, that the coma theory addresses, that the principle and the pauper theory addresses, that the Burns immortality theory addresses, each using different evidence and different logic, but arriving every time at the same place. Nobody in Springfield ages. Bart Simpson was 10 years old when the show premiered in December of 1989. He is 10 years old as of the most recent episode. Lisa was 8. She is still 8. Maggie was 1 year old, sucking on her pacifier in the back seat of the family car. She is still 1. Homer and Marge were somewhere in their middle 30s, young parents navigating the particular chaos of a household with 3 kids and not enough money and too much of everything else. They are still in their middle 30s. 36 years of real-world time. 0 years of Springfield time. The characters exist in a permanent by permanent present tense, locked at the ages they were when the opening credits first rolled, aging not a single day as the actual decades pile up around them. The world changes. Technology changes. Cultural references change. Political realities change. The show incorporates all of this change, updating its jokes and its satire and its background details to reflect whatever the present year happens to be. But the characters remain frozen. Constant, unchanging. The industry term for this is the floating timeline. The show's present is always the viewer's present. When it airs in 2025, the characters are living in 2025. When it aired in 1995, they were living in 1995. The year floats forward while the characters stand still. It is the standard approach for long-running animated series, and most viewers accept it without much friction because cartoon characters not aging is a cultural convention that we absorb early and carry without questioning. But The Simpsons has been running long enough, and the floating timeline has been operating for so many years that it has begun to generate contradictions that the convention alone cannot absorb. The discontinuities have grown too large to paper over, with the explanation that this is just how animated shows work. The most visible and most structurally significant problem is the backstory. When the show began, Homer and Marge's history was grounded in specific decades. Their courtship happened in the late 1970s. Their early marriage unfolded in the early 1980s. The cultural touchstones of their youth, the music, the fashion, the political backdrop, the technological landscape, were all precisely period appropriate for people who would have been teenagers and young adults in that era. Homer's hair in flashback, Marge's prom dress, the songs at their first dance, the cars, the televisions, the sense of a specific historical moment that produced specific kinds of people. But if the floating timeline says the characters are in their middle 30s in 2025, then Homer and Marge were born in roughly 1990. They were teenagers in the mid 2000s. Their formative years were defined not by Watergate and disco and the bicentennial, but by MySpace and early YouTube and a cultural landscape that is almost entirely discontinuous from the one the show originally depicted. The show has addressed this shift explicitly by revisiting the backstory multiple times across different seasons and updating the era each time. Homer and Marge have been hippies, then grunge fans in flannel shirts, then awkward early millennium hipsters, then something closer to millennial touchstones. The love story is the same each time. The specific people are recognizable across these revisions. But the era keeps sliding forward, decade by decade, as the present moves ahead, and the backstory must move with it to maintain the fiction that these people are a reasonable age. Homer and Marge do not have a fixed past. Their history is a draft that gets revised every few years to maintain the illusion of coherence. Their memories are unstable at a structural level. Their origin story is not a story that exists in a fixed historical location. It is a variable, adjusted regularly to fit the constraints of an always advancing present. The characters are the same, but everything around them keeps shifting to accommodate the mathematical impossibility of their permanent youth. Now apply the theories. All of them converge on this point simultaneously, as if the floating timeline were the central fact from which every other theory in the show's mythology radiates outward. The coma theory arrives here by the most direct route. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of a man who went to sleep in April 1993 at 8. The last moment of Homer's conscious experience is the moment the simulation locks. The ages of his children at that moment are the ages they stay in the dream, because the dream cannot generate new ages for them. It can only replay and recombine what it already has. Bart will be 10 for as long as Homer dreams, because Homer last knew Bart when Bart was 10. The floating timeline is not a production convention. It is the specific effect of a coma on the mind's ability to update its model of the world. The radiation theory arrives here through biology rather than neurology. Chronic radiation exposure over sufficient duration and intensity can affect cellular division, telomere length, and the processes that govern biological aging. If the contamination from the plant is comprehensive enough and has been sustained for long enough, it is at least theoretically possible within the show's logic that it has disrupted the normal progression of aging in Springfield's residents. They do not age because the thing that makes biological organisms age has been disrupted. Their cells are damaged in ways that prevent the normal progression of cellular senescence. They are not immortal. They are just stuck at whatever biological age the contamination stabilized them. The principle and the pauper theory takes the most sociological reading of the non-aging. Springfield does not age because Springfield has collectively agreed not to. The social contract that produced the vote to maintain Tamzarian's lie, that produced the decree making truth illegal, extends to time itself. The town agreed to a version of reality in which the characters are who they are and the year is what it is. And neither of these facts changes. The floating timeline is the logical endpoint of a community that decided long ago that continuity and accountability were threats to be managed rather than features to be embraced. If they acknowledged that time was passing, they would have to acknowledge what time was doing to them. They would have to face the damage. They would have to count the years of contamination. They would have to add up the disasters and ask why none of them left permanent marks. So the town agreed to float, and the timeline floated with it. The show has imagined its characters aging. It has done it multiple times in episodes that the fan base generally regards with great warmth. The season 6 episode, Lisa's Wedding, shows us Lisa as a 23-year-old woman, engaged to be married, living in a future that is drawn with enough detail and emotional specificity to feel genuinely like a possible life. The future Lisa is recognizable, brilliant, principled, lonely in the specific way that very intelligent women in the show are always lonely, searching for a connection that might understand her. The episode is beautiful and sad in equal measure. It proves that The Simpsons is capable of imagining growth, of envisioning who these characters would become if time were allowed to operate on them normally. And then it is over. Lisa returns to being 8. The window closes, the glimpse recedes. The permanent present reasserts itself, and the future is locked away again, as if it were not available to the show except in controlled, time-limited doses that cannot be allowed to alter the fundamental condition. The show can imagine growth. It refuses to allow it. And this is where the mystery extends beyond the show itself, because the floating timeline is not just a narrative device. It is a statement, a long, sustained, 36-year statement about something the show has been circling without quite saying directly. The Simpsons is the American family. Not one family, not a specific demographic or regional variation. The American family as a cultural concept. The archetype that American storytelling reaches for when it wants to talk about the middle class and the suburban condition and the particular way ordinary people navigate the gap between the life they have and the life they imagined. Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie have been the American family for longer than any other fictional household in the history of the medium. They predated the internet. They survived it. They outlasted every cultural shift the country has undergone in their presence. They are still here, and the American family, as The Simpsons depicts it, cannot be allowed to change. Homer must always be middle-aged. Marge must always be patient. Bart must always be rebellious in the specific, lovable, not quite threatening way of a 10-year-old boy. Lisa must always be idealistic and slightly too intelligent for the world she inhabits. Maggie must always be small, always be holding the pacifier, always be watching everything from behind those enormous eyes. The dynamic must be preserved. The structure must hold. Because the moment the Simpsons family ages, the moment that Bart grows up and moves away and becomes someone different from the boy on the skateboard, the moment Lisa leaves for college and the house goes quiet without her saxophone, the moment Maggie grows into whatever extraordinary person she is clearly capable of becoming, the moment Homer retires and Marge sits in an empty house on Evergreen Terrace and the kids are somewhere else living their own lives, the show is no longer a comedy. It becomes an elegy for a family that ran out of time. And America does not want that story. Not from this show, not from The Simpsons, because The Simpsons represent something that the audience needs them to represent, something that has nothing to do with nuclear contamination or coma theories or the mystery of who shot a billionaire. They represent the idea that the family survives, that no matter how bad it gets, no matter how many catastrophes and disasters and moments of profound failure and spectacular dysfunction pile up against the house on Evergreen Terrace, the family comes through the other side, the credits roll, the couch is still there. Sunday night at 8, the opening theme plays and the family lands on that couch and everything is fine. The floating timeline is the show's most important thesis. The Simpsons are frozen in time because we need them to be. Because they represent something we cannot afford to let grow old. The messy, chaotic, deeply loving, perpetually struggling, indestructible American family. The family that survives everything, the family that resets, the family that starts fresh every week. Letting them age would mean letting them end. And the end of the Simpsons family is not something the culture that created them and has sustained them across 36 years is willing to contemplate, because the end of the Simpsons family would require admitting that 36 years have passed, that we are older, that the world is different, that the couch we sat on as children watching Bart write lines on the blackboard is in a landfill somewhere or in someone else's house, or long since replaced by something we barely remember choosing. That time passed, that it kept passing, that it is still passing. As long as The Simpsons runs, as long as Bart is 10 and Lisa is 8 and Homer is stumbling through the door at 5:30 after another shift at the plant, we do not have to admit any of that. We can sit down, we can watch the couch gag. We can go home to Evergreen Terrace where nothing changes and the family is always intact and the beer is always cold and the loop keeps floating. The loop is not their prison. It is ours. We built it. We maintain it. We tune in every week to make sure the walls are still standing. And every time we watch, every time we laugh, every time we repeat a line from an episode that aired before most of us were old enough to remember it, we tighten the loop a little. We make it a little harder for the Simpsons to grow old, because growing old means ending. And the show ending means admitting that the America the Simpsons represents, the chaotic, resilient, perpetually optimistic middle-class American family, was always fragile, was always temporary, was always one birthday away from becoming something we could not recognize and could not go back to. So time stopped in Springfield in 1989, and nobody pressed play. And here we are, 36 years later, watching the same family in the same house, on the same impossible street, in the same town that cannot be found on any map, waiting for something that will not come. Because the show will not let it come. And we will not let the show let it come. That is the floating timeline. That is the loop. That is the final mystery, which was never a mystery at all, but a mirror. And the face looking back from it has been growing older every year, in the real world on the other side of the glass, while the Simpsons stay exactly the same. Section 11. Hans Moleman, Ned Flanders, and the Hidden Darkness. Before we bring everything together and let Springfield settle back into its comfortable unreality, there are two shorter mysteries that have been sitting at the edges of the show's mythology, quiet and under-examined, waiting for someone to pay them the attention they deserve. One of them is a running gag that stops being funny when you look at it closely enough. The other is a character portrait that becomes, under the right light, one of the most devastating things the show has ever quietly assembled. Let's start with Hans Moleman, because Hans Moleman deserves more than he gets. If you have watched The Simpsons for any meaningful length of time, you know Hans Moleman. The tiny, elderly, nearly blind man who shuffles through the background of Springfield scenes and exists, as far as the show is concerned, primarily to suffer. He gets hit by cars. He gets buried alive. He gets struck by lightning with a regularity that suggests either extraordinary bad luck or the universe's specific and sustained hostility toward one individual. He gets crushed by falling objects. He gets eaten by animals. He gets incinerated. He walks into traffic and disappears beneath wheels with a resignation that suggests he has been through this before and is not particularly surprised. By any reasonable count, Hans Moleman has been killed in regular, canonical, non-special episode scenes more times than any other character in the history of American animation. Not killed. In the sense of the show's reality being suspended for a Halloween special or a fantasy sequence. Killed in episodes that are otherwise straightforwardly realistic within the show's own internal logic. He dies. He appears in the next episode alive and intact. No explanation, no resurrection scene, no acknowledgement that he was dead 2 episodes ago. He simply shows up again, ready to be killed again, in an endless cycling of death and return that the show treats as wallpaper. Most audiences accept this as a recurring gag and stop there. Hans Moleman dies. It is funny. Move on. But under the framework we have established tonight, Moleman's repeated deaths are not a gag. They are a data point. And taken together with one other data point, they become something considerably stranger. Hans Moleman once stated his age as 31 years old. 31. Look at Hans Moleman. He appears to be in his late 80s or early 90s by any visual measurement. His skin has the quality of paper that has been exposed to humidity for decades. His vision has degraded to the point of near blindness. His body is so fragile that it can be destroyed by routine accidents that any normally aged person would survive. He shuffles rather than walks. Every movement suggests the accumulated damage of an extremely long life. If he is telling the truth about his age and the show gives no particular reason to doubt him, then something aged Hans Moleman catastrophically. Something took a man in his early 30s and produced in the time it would normally take a person to go from 30 to 60, the physical condition of someone who appears to be nearly a century old. Something produced accelerated biological aging so severe that a young man became an old man in a fraction of the time that process should take. And simultaneously, that same something made him nearly indestructible. He is aged far beyond his years, yet he returns from deaths that should be permanent. The same environmental cause that deteriorated his body to extreme old age in a fraction of the normal time frame also altered his biology in a way that makes death for Moleman a temporary condition rather than a terminal one. He comes back every time from circumstances that definitively terminated his vital functions. The radiation theory has an explanation for this that is uncomfortable in how neatly it fits. Hans Moleman is the most extreme case of mutation in Springfield. Homer's mutation reduced his intelligence. Maggie's mutation amplified her intelligence. The three-eyed fish gained an additional sensory organ, but Moleman received a different package: catastrophic physical aging combined with a cellular regenerative capacity that prevents death from being final. The contamination aged him decades ahead of schedule and then, in what might be the show's darkest biological joke, gave him the ability to regenerate from fatal trauma. He is not old because he is old. He is old because something broke his biological clock. And he keeps coming back because something also broke his biological termination. If the coma theory is operative, Moleman represents something different and in some ways more poignant. He is a background process in Homer's dreaming simulation. A minor character whose maintenance Homer's unconscious mind cannot sustain consistently. He dies because the dreaming brain occasionally drops him, loses track of him, lets his thread lapse. He comes back because the dream needs him for the next scene, because Springfield without Hans Moleman would lack a certain background texture, a certain quality of ambient suffering that the dream has learned to expect in its peripheral vision. He is furniture. He is the wallpaper of Homer's dream world. And the dream breaks him and reassembles him without ceremony. because that is how dreams treat the things that matter least to the dreamer. And if the collective denial theory is true, Molman's deaths are the most extreme example of the town looking the other way at something it should find alarming. A man dies, visibly, in public, multiple times. Witnesses are present, and Springfield treats each death with the same studied indifference. It applies to everything that would require uncomfortable acknowledgement. Nobody calls for help. Nobody investigates. Nobody asks the obvious question. They have agreed, implicitly and without discussion, that Molman's deaths are not things that need to be addressed. And the agreement holds, episode after episode, across 36 years. Hans Molman is 31 years old, aged to near death, and unkillable. He is the show's purest distillation of what Springfield does to the people who live in it. Now, Ned Flanders, and this section asks you to put down whatever comfortable reading of Ned you have been carrying, because the show has been quietly dismantling that comfort for its entire run. On the surface, Ned Flanders is the counter-argument to everything bad about Springfield. He is kind where Homer is selfish. He is generous where Burns is hoarding. He is devoutly faithful where the town's relationship to its own stated values is, at best, episodic. He is physically fit, financially responsible, a genuinely good father to his sons, Rod and Todd, a caring neighbor who continues to extend patience and goodwill to Homer, despite Homer having done literally nothing to deserve it. By any objective measure, Ned Flanders is a better person than most people in Springfield. By some measures, he is a better person than most people in the show's audience. And the show punishes him for it, relentlessly, systematically, without apparent mercy, and with what starts to look, after a while, like deliberate targeting. Ned's wife, Maud, was killed at the Springfield Speedway. A t-shirt cannon misfired during a racing event and struck her with enough force to knock her off the bleachers to her death. She died because Homer was dodging the t-shirts and they hit Maud instead. Homer's reflexive selfishness, his instinctive prioritization of his own comfort over the physical safety of the woman standing beside him, killed his neighbor's wife. Ned forgave him. Because that is what Ned does. He extends forgiveness with a consistency that the show frames sometimes as admirable and sometimes as pathological. Because after a while you start to wonder whether forgiveness that never wavers regardless of what it is being asked to absorb is actually forgiveness at all, or whether it is something more like an inability to do anything else. The episode that cracks the surface of Ned's presentation most completely is the one in which a hurricane destroys his house and the community rebuilds it poorly. The rebuilt house collapses. Ned, standing in the rubble of his home that was destroyed by a natural disaster and then poorly repaired by people who are nominally his community and his friends, has a complete psychological breakdown. He loses the patient, gentle composure that has defined his public face. He screams. He insults everyone around him. He says things he has been holding inside for years, perhaps decades. Things that the conditioning of his adult life has trained him to suppress, regardless of the provocation. And then he is institutionalized. What comes out in the episode that follows, in the facility where Ned is treated, is a revelation that recontextualizes everything about him. Ned was a violent, uncontrollable child. His parents, being people who philosophically opposed discipline, took him to a psychiatrist who spent years conditioning the aggression out of him through behavioral modification so intensive and so systematic that it rewired Ned's psychology at a fundamental level. The kindness is not Ned's natural character. The kindness is a cage. A behavioral cage built around a feral child by someone who decided that the child's authentic emotional responses were problems to be eliminated rather than impulses to be understood and redirected. Ned Flanders does not extend patience and forgiveness because he is a saint. He extends them because his brain was conditioned as a small child to suppress every impulse that might lead to the expression of anger, frustration, or grievance. He cannot fight back. He cannot hold a grudge. He cannot protect himself from people who harm him repeatedly because his psychological infrastructure was built deliberately to make those responses inaccessible. His faith is not conviction. It is the only framework available to a man who needs external structure to explain why a life lived in rigorous accordance with every moral value he holds continues to produce suffering at a rate that no just universe should permit. His patience with Homer is not grace. It is the programmed response of someone who was taught, at an age too young to consent to the teaching, that anger is never an acceptable response regardless of what prompts it. Homer killed Ned's wife, effectively, through thoughtless selfishness. And Ned's brain, because of what was done to it before he was old enough to understand what was being done, processed this as something to be forgiven rather than something to be angry about. The forgiveness was not chosen. It was produced by a mechanism installed in his childhood without his knowledge or consent. And the show knows this. The show has shown us, in the hurricane episode, what happens when the mechanism fails. When the conditioning breaks under sufficient stress, the person underneath is not peaceful. The person underneath is furious and grief-stricken and exhausted by decades of doing everything right in a world that appears to reserve its cruelty specifically for people who deserve it least. The darkest element of Ned's story is simple and devastating. God talks to Homer and ignores Ned. The show has depicted Homer having direct conversations with God on multiple occasions. God has appeared in Homer's life, spoken to him, answered his questions, acknowledged his existence. The drunk who falls asleep in church and runs over his neighbor's wife has a personal relationship with the divine, such as it is. The devout man who has dedicated his entire life to his faith, who goes to church every Sunday without fail, who reads the scripture and follows the commandments, and prays with genuine earnestness and tries every single day to be the person his faith calls him to be, that man has never received a direct response. Not one. God talks to Homer. God ignores Ned. The man who deserves the attention gets silence. The man who does not particularly deserve it gets a conversation. This is not an accident of the show's continuity. This is a thesis statement. In Springfield, goodness is not rewarded, kindness is not protected, devotion is not answered. The system, whether it is Burns's empire or the radiation or the floating timeline or some combination of all of them, does not distribute its responses according to moral behavior. It distributes them according to compliance, entertainment value, narrative necessity, and the arbitrary pattern of a universe that is either indifferent or specifically cruel. Ned is the most compliant man in Springfield. He was programmed to be compliant before he was old enough to choose anything. His reward, accumulated over a lifetime, is a dead wife, a destroyed house, a neighbor who takes him for granted, and the sustained silence of the God he has spent his entire adult life addressing. Homer, meanwhile, falls asleep on the couch at 8:30 and wakes up in time for Marge to hand him a beer, and everything is fine. They live next door to each other. They have been neighbors for 36 years. The gap between them, between the man who tries and the man who does not, has not closed by a single inch. Because in Springfield, the gap is not meant to close. The gap is structural. The gap is the system working as designed. Burns is at the top. Homer is at the plant. Ned is at the church. Molman is in the ground. And everyone is exactly where the system placed them when it arrived and found them, and exactly where the system intends to keep them. That is Springfield. That is the show. Every mystery and every theory and every unanswered question and every reset and every impossible thing that happened and got forgotten and happened again, reduced to its simplest form. A town where nothing changes, where nobody grows, where the same family sits on the same couch in the same house every Sunday night, and the loop keeps floating and the timeline keeps sliding and the cooling towers keep leaking. And somewhere in Springfield General, a man sleeps and dreams, and his children are always young, and his wife always loves him, and his house on Evergreen Terrace is always lit from the inside, warm and chaotic and full of noise, and entirely, completely, impossibly his. And the show goes on, closing. Everything we've found in Springfield. We have been in Springfield for a long time tonight. 2 hours and change, give or take. Long enough to trace the contamination from the plant to the river to the people. Long enough to walk through the evidence for a coma that began in April 1993 and may never have ended. Long enough to reopen the case of a billionaire who was shot by a baby. Probably. Long enough to ask how a man born in the 1800s is still running a corporation in the 21st century. Long enough to watch a town vote to exile the truth and make it illegal to bring it back. Long enough to look behind the pacifier and find something that has been watching us back. Long enough to understand why a cartoon guessed the future and why that is more interesting than magic. Long enough to follow a mother's disappearance through 3 generations of damage. Long enough to look for Springfield on a map and discover it everywhere and find it nowhere. Long enough to stare at the frozen timeline until the loop stared back. Every theory we have discussed uses different evidence, different logic, different assumptions about what the show is and what it means and what it has been quietly telling us across all these years and all these seasons. The radiation theory is rooted in physical evidence, in the three-eyed fish and the luminous CEO and the safety violations and the contaminated water. The coma theory is rooted in structure, in the tonal shift, in the aging freeze, in a conversation with God 6 months before a vending machine fell. The Burns immortality theory is rooted in the mechanics of wealth and the terrifying implications of a man who is too expensive to die. The Tamsarian theory is rooted in sociology and in the specific machinery of collective denial. The Maggie theory is rooted in a pattern of behavior that the show has been depositing in the record, episode by episode, for 36 years. But every theory arrives at the same place, through a different route, by a different road, over different terrain. Every single theory we have examined tonight ends at the same conclusion. Something is wrong in Springfield. Something fundamental. Something structural. Something that goes deeper than animation convention or episodic storytelling, or the requirements of producing 22 minutes of comedy 40 times a year. Something that has been wrong since the beginning, that the show has been encoding into its fabric since the first season, that you can see clearly once you decide to look for it. Whether it is the radiation, or the dream, or the denial, or the wealth, or some combination of all 4 that produces effects that no single one of them could produce alone. Something has broken the rules of reality in this town. Something has made it possible for a family to stay the same age for 36 years, for a man to survive injuries that should be fatal, for a billionaire to live beyond any natural human lifespan, for a population to forget catastrophes as soon as they end, for a town to exist in every state simultaneously and be found in none of them. The show has been telling us this from the beginning, not through dramatic exposition or deliberate reveals, through accumulation, through the patient, repetitive layering of detail over detail over detail until the picture is impossible to unsee. The show is not hiding its mysteries. It is showing them every week. It has always been showing them. The yellow skin and the four fingers and the ageless children and the glowing billionaire and the floating town have always been there. We have just been accepting them because we accepted them a long time ago, and the habit of acceptance, once established, is very hard to break. The theories exist because some people looked at Springfield and refused to accept the surface. They looked at the three-eyed fish and thought about the fish. They heard, "Oh, it's you," and thought about who Burns would recognize. They noticed the 6-month gap between God's warning and the coma. They saw Maggie check the room before miming the trigger pull and understood what it meant to check the room. They traced the lines from Mona's disappearance to Homer's job, to Burns's grudge to Grandpa's deal, and saw the shape of the whole thing. And what they found is a version of Springfield that is stranger and sadder and more beautiful than the one the show presents at face value. A version where Homer's obliviousness is not laziness, but the scar tissue of a childhood wound inflicted by the same man who signs his checks. Where Maggie's silence is not developmental delay, but the smartest strategic decision anyone in the family has made. Where Burns's immortality is the logical conclusion of what unchecked wealth looks like when it is applied to the problem of survival without limitation. Where Marge's patience is not just character, but the load-bearing foundation of a structure that would collapse without her. Where Bart's rebellion is the only completely sane response to a world that has systematically refused to make sense. And where Lisa, 8 years old and brilliant and perpetually underestimated by everyone around her, keeps asking questions that nobody wants answered, because she is the only person in Springfield who has not stopped looking. That is The Simpsons. 36 seasons and counting. The longest-running animated series in American history. The most analyzed, most theorized, most dissected, most argued over show ever made. And after all the theories and all the evidence and all the hours spent in the show's mythology, the biggest mystery is still the simplest one. Why can't we let them go? Maybe because they are us. Maybe because Springfield is our town. Assembled from fragments of every town any of us has ever lived in or driven through or seen on television, and absorbed into our sense of what America looks like. Maybe because Homer is our father, imperfect and loving and incapable of recognizing the damage he causes, even as he is desperately trying to be good. Maybe because Marge is our mother, patient beyond any reasonable expectation, holding the family together through sheer force of will and love that does not diminish even when it should. Maybe because Bart is who we wanted to be when we were 10 years old, and the rules had not yet fully landed on us. Maybe because Lisa is who we should have been, or tried to be, or still are somewhere inside when the world is not watching. And maybe because Maggie is the version of ourselves we keep hidden behind whatever our equivalent of the pacifier is. The part that watches everything and understands everything and is waiting for the right moment to finally speak. Or maybe it is simpler than any of that. Maybe we cannot let them go because letting them go means admitting that 36 years have passed sight. That we are older, that the couch we watch about the show from as children is gone. That the version of ourselves who laughed at Homer falling down the stairs and thought Bart was the coolest character we had ever seen is a person who exists only in memory, who does not come back when called. And as long as The Simpsons runs, as long as the loop keeps floating, as long as Bart is 10 years old and Lisa is 8, and Homer is stumbling through the front door just after 5:30, with the plant behind him and the beer in front of him and his family on the other side of the door, we do not have to admit any of that. We can sit down. We can watch the couch gag. We can go home to Evergreen Terrace, where the family is always intact, where nothing truly ends, where the same people keep finding their way back to each other, episode after episode across 3.5 decades of television. That was never just television. And Springfield will be there when we come back. It always is, it always will be. Because somewhere in Springfield General, a man in a hospital bed is still dreaming. And in his dream, the door to the house on Evergreen Terrace is always unlocked. And the lights are always on. And everyone he loves is inside. And he will never stop dreaming about them. Because they are worth dreaming about. Good night, Springfield. We will see you next time. Thank you for spending 4 hours in Springfield. If this breakdown kept you company tonight, subscribe so you never miss the next one. Sleep well. Supplementary section. A. Deep dive. The nuclear evidence you miss. Let's go back to the plant one more time, because the first pass through the evidence only scratched the surface, and there is so much more buried in 36 years of episodes that most viewers absorbed and then filed away without recognizing what they had been shown. Think about the opening credits. The show has had the same basic opening sequence since its debut in December of 1989. Homer leaves the plant at the end of his shift. He carries a glowing rod. He places the rod in the back of the car's trunk, where it bounces around. By the end of the sequence, the rod ends up down the back of his collar. Homer drives home with a piece of radioactive material resting against his neck. This plays every single episode. Every viewer has seen it hundreds, probably thousands of times. And because it plays every episode, because it is part of the ritual opening that precedes the show rather than the show itself, most people stopped seeing it a very long time ago. But think about what the show is showing you in that sequence. Homer, every day, at the end of every shift, leaves work carrying radioactive material. He does not handle it with gloves. He does not transport it in a sealed container. He picks up a glowing rod with his bare hands and puts it in his car. The rod then ends up against his skin, resting at the base of his skull for the duration of his commute. He arrives home. The rod falls out. Marge is sitting in the car next to him for some of the sequence, which means she is also being exposed. The car is contaminated. The driveway where the rod falls is contaminated. Every day, every episode, for 36 years. The opening credits are not a throwaway animation choice. They are the most frequently broadcast piece of evidence in the entire theory. The show has been showing you, as its literal first act every single week, that Homer Simpson transports radioactive material home from work on his body, in his personal vehicle, and that neither he nor anyone else treats this as unusual or dangerous. Because in Springfield, it is not unusual. It is Tuesday. Now let's look at what the plant actually processes, because the show has been more specific about this than most people realize. The Springfield plant is described as a pressurized water reactor facility. In real-world nuclear engineering, pressurized water reactors are among the most common designs in commercial nuclear power. They use ordinary water under high pressure as both a coolant and a moderator, and they generate electricity by using the heat from the nuclear reaction to produce steam, which drives turbines. Under normal operating conditions with proper safety protocols, they are considered relatively safe industrial facilities. Under conditions like the Springfield plant's conditions, they are a different story entirely. The episode where German investors take over the plant briefly and commission a compliance assessment is worth examining in more detail. The assessment team arrives, tours the facility, and begins cataloging what they find. The process is halted not because the violations are resolved, but because the estimated remediation cost is so astronomical that it threatens the investors' financial solvency. They cannot afford to bring the plant into compliance. And rather than shut it down, rather than recognize that a facility so far out of compliance represents an immediate public health threat, they simply sell it back to Burns at a loss. The market value of the plant cannot support the cost of making it safe. which means the plant has been operating the whole time in a state that the market itself would recognize as economically unsustainable if anyone ever forced it to price in its own externalities. Burns has been externalizing the cost of the violations onto the surrounding community for decades. The three-eyed fish, the contaminated water, the neurological damage, the biological mutations. These are the costs of the plant's operation that never appear on Burns's balance sheet because they are absorbed invisibly by the bodies and minds of the people who live downwind. The economic structure of Burns's arrangement is, in a very real sense, a subsidy paid by Springfield's population in the form of their health, their cognitive function, and their children's development. Every dollar Burns has not spent on remediation is a dollar's worth of damage absorbed by the community that hosts his facility. And Homer is not just the safety inspector who fails to prevent this. Homer is, in the most uncomfortable reading, a key mechanism of the transfer. Every dollar Homer does not spend on addressing violations is a dollar's worth of damage that gets processed through Homer's body and Homer's work performance and Homer's inability to connect what he sees at the plant to what it does to the people outside it. Homer is the human equivalent of the cracked cooling tower, the place where the damage exits the facility and enters the world. There is an episode where Burns attempts to run for governor, partly motivated by a desire to evade environmental regulations, entirely through political control of the oversight apparatus. The campaign fails. But the attempt itself is revealing. Burns's response to the possibility that the violations might attract regulatory attention is not to address the violations. It is to acquire the political power needed to make the regulatory apparatus answer to him rather than to any standard of public safety. This is the logic of Burns's entire operation made explicit in a political context. The contamination is not an accident of poor management. It is a sustained policy. Burns has options at every moment in the show's history. He has the money to clean up the plant. He has the resources to implement safety protocols. He has the intelligence to understand exactly what the facility is doing to its surroundings. His choice to maintain the violations is not negligence. It is an ongoing decision, made repeatedly over decades, to accept the externalized costs and let someone else pay them. The someone else is Springfield. The someone else has always been Springfield. There is a season in which the plant briefly hires Marge to work in a specific department. This is played as a subplot, an interesting variation on the usual Homer at work dynamic. But what it means is that both parents of the Simpson children were employed at, and therefore had significant sustained exposure to, a nuclear facility with 342 safety violations before having children. Bart was born after both parents had worked at or been significantly exposed to the Springfield plant. Lisa was born after Bart, meaning additional years of exposure in the household. Maggie was born last, meaning the longest cumulative parental exposure before her conception. The show has never made this explicit as a theory. It has simply provided the timeline, episode by episode, and let the data accumulate without drawing the line that connects the dots. Consider also the town's food supply. The water is contaminated, we know this. The fish are demonstrably mutated, we know this. But the show also depicts Springfield residents growing food, buying locally produced agricultural products, consuming things grown in soil that sits in the same watershed as the contaminated river. The contamination is not just in the water that people drink, it is in the water that irrigates the farmland. It is in the soil. It is in the food chain at multiple levels.
Burns's contamination of Springfield is systemic in a way that no individual choice or individual behavior can fully protect against. You cannot opt out of drinking contaminated water if you are not told the water is contaminated. You cannot avoid eating contaminated food if the contamination of the food supply is not disclosed. You cannot protect your children from environmental hazards that the people in authority are actively working to conceal. The population of Springfield is not choosing to be poisoned. They are being poisoned by a system that was designed to poison them, by a man who understood the mechanism and made the choice repeatedly and with full knowledge of what he was choosing. And the most disturbing part, the part that keeps coming back when you let the whole picture settle, is that none of this is illegal in Springfield. Burns has the political connections, the financial resources, and the institutional influence to ensure that the mechanisms that would normally constrain industrial pollution either do not apply in Springfield or have been rendered ineffective. The EPA that shows up in the movie arrives too late and with too blunt a tool. The regulatory apparatus has been neutralized for decades by the time federal intervention becomes the only option. Springfield is not a cautionary tale about what happens when regulation fails. It is a cautionary tale about what happens when the regulated party has enough power to shape the regulation. Burns did not just violate the rules. Burns helped write the rules that made his violations possible. And Homer went to work every day for 36 years, and the rod came home in the back of the car every night, and the credits rolled, and the couch gag played, and the loop kept floating. Supplementary Section B, the coma theory, evidence from inside the dream. We covered the structural evidence for Homer's coma in the main section, but there is a body of more granular evidence scattered across specific episodes that deserves its own examination. Evidence that, when you look at it through the lens of the theory, stops being coincidence and starts being pattern. Consider the way Springfield behaves when Homer is injured or ill, as opposed to when other characters are. The show returns repeatedly to Homer in hospital beds, Homer recovering from injuries, Homer in medical contexts. This is partly a consequence of Homer's cartoon physics relationship with physical damage. But under the coma theory, the hospital setting takes on a different quality. Homer's dreaming mind is in a hospital. The dream keeps returning him to hospital environments because the hospital is the real world bleeding through. The place where his body actually is keeps surfacing in the dream, manifesting as a recurring setting that the dream cannot entirely sanitize away. The hospital is where Homer is, and the hospital keeps appearing in his dream, dressed in different storylines, used for different purposes, but persistently present across episodes in a way that might simply be the subconscious acknowledging the place it cannot leave. There is also the question of the dream's internal consistency when it comes to Homer's limitations. In the pre-coma seasons, Homer is stupid, but not impossibly so. He makes mistakes, he misses obvious things, he is impulsive and sometimes oblivious, but he operates within the range of human cognition. After the coma, Homer's intelligence takes on a different quality. It becomes not just limited, but specifically compromised in ways that look less like consistent character writing and more like the simulation degrading. Homer in later seasons makes errors that earlier season Homer would not have made. He forgets things he would have remembered. He fails to process information that should register even for someone of his established cognitive limitations. The deterioration is gradual. It is not a clean break. It resembles, with uncomfortable specificity, the documented progression of cognitive decline in a brain that is being deprived of oxygen or subjected to ongoing neurological damage. The coma theory does not require us to see this as deliberate on the writer's part. It only requires us to notice that the observed pattern in Homer's behavior matches the expected behavior of a dreaming brain running on diminishing resources.
There is also the matter of Bart's relationship with Homer, which shifts meaningfully after the coma episode in ways that the theory illuminates. Before the coma, Bart's pranks are mean in a recognizable way. They are the pranks of a child who is acting out, who wants attention, who is testing limits with the specific knowledge that limits exist and can be pushed against. After the coma, Bart's pranks become occasionally surreal in a way that feels less tethered to the specific psychology of a mischievous child and more like the dream's version of mischief. A general sense of chaos and subversion without the specific emotional logic that the pre-coma pranks contained. As if Homer's sleeping mind is generating Bart as troublemaker as a type rather than Bart as specific child. The coma theory is also illuminated by what the dream chooses to return to repeatedly, across episodes, as sources of Homer's emotional stability: the couch, the family dinner table, Marge's voice, the specific domestic routines of Evergreen Terrace. These are the things that appear most consistently across the show's run. Not the adventure plots, not the celebrity encounters, not the jobs or the travels or the schemes. Those things come and go and leave no trace. But the couch is always there, the dinner table is always there, Marge is always there. A dreaming brain returns, over and over, to the things it most wants to hold. Homer's mind returns to the couch, to the family gathered around the television, to the ordinary rituals of the domestic life he had before the vending machine fell. Because those are the things he is most afraid of losing. Those are the things he is dreaming about. The adventures are just ways to make the dream interesting enough to keep going. The domestic moments are what the dream is actually for. And then there's the question of the dream's emotional temperature. When things go wrong for Homer in the show, they go wrong in specific ways. There is almost always a recovery. There is almost always a return to equilibrium. The disasters are severe but finite. The losses are real but contained. The suffering exists, but it does not compound. Each episode ends with the family intact. This is not how real life works. Real life compounds. Disasters have lasting consequences. Losses echo. The damage accumulates. But in Homer's dream, the reset is reliable. Every episode ends, and the family is home. This is not lazy writing. This is the dream working as intended. The dream's job is to give Homer what he needs, and what Homer needs is the reliable return to the family on the couch. Everything else, all the chaos and the absurdity and the impossible plots, is just the journey between one couch scene and the next. Homer dreams of adventures because an adventure eventually ends at home. And home is what the dream is protecting. The theory also explains something that is rarely addressed about the show's relationship to death. Characters die in The Simpsons. Occasionally, real deaths occur even outside of Halloween episodes and fantasy sequences. And the show treats these deaths with a seriousness that feels slightly out of place in a comedy. The deaths tend to produce genuine emotional responses from the characters, scenes that drop the comedic register and ask for actual engagement with grief. If Homer is dreaming, these deaths are particularly interesting. The dream is willing to depict death. It is willing to show Homer the loss of people he cares about, but it never shows him the deaths of his immediate family. Homer can dream about losing a coworker, a neighbor, an acquaintance. He cannot dream about losing Marge or Bart or Lisa or Maggie, because losing them is the thing the dream exists to prevent. The dream can process peripheral loss. It cannot process the loss of the people it was built to preserve. Which is why in 36 years of episodes, despite all the disasters and all the risks and all the near misses, the core family always survives. They always come through. They always find their way back to the couch. Because if they did not, the dream would end. And if the dream ended, Homer would have to wake up. And waking up is the thing the dream has been running from since April 1993. Supplementary Section C, Extended Analysis, the Burns Dynasty. The Burns immortality question becomes richer when you pull back from the individual and look at the dynasty. Because Burns is not the first of his line, and the show's scattered references to the Burns family history suggest that what we see in the current Burns is not an anomaly but a culmination. The Burns family, as the show depicts it across its historical references, is one of those American dynasties that accumulated its wealth in the period when the rules were being written rather than followed. When the extraction of natural resources and the exploitation of labor and the capture of regulatory infrastructure were not just legal, but were the understood operating mode of ambitious capital. The Gilded Age, man, done. The period when the modern American economy was being assembled by people who were not overly concerned with the well-being of the people they were assembling it from. Burns has personal memories of this period. He references it as lived experience. The wealth he operates on today was not earned in his lifetime in any meaningful sense. It was accumulated across generations by people who shared his name and operated by a consistent set of principles about the relationship between wealth, power, and everyone else. Burns inherited not just money, but a philosophy, a way of understanding the world in which people are either resources to be optimized or obstacles to be removed, and the purpose of wealth is to maximize the former and minimize the latter. This philosophy has been refined across generations. The current Burns represents its most evolved form. The family wealth predates every regulation that currently governs its operation. It predates the EPA. It predates OSHA. It predates the labor movement. It predates the concept of corporate liability for environmental harm. The Burns fortune was built under rules that do not exist anymore, and Burns has spent over a century working to ensure that the rules that replace them never fully apply to him. The plant is not just an energy facility. It is the physical manifestation of the Burns dynasty's operating principle. It extracts value from the community that hosts it, while externalizing the costs of its operation onto that same community. It employs the population it poisons. It powers the homes of the people it damages. It is simultaneously the source of Springfield's economic life and the slow, continuous mechanism of its biological and cognitive decline. Burns built this, deliberately, over time, with full understanding of what he was constructing. And the most disquieting element of the dynasty question is not what Burns has done. It is what he is preparing. Burns has no biological heir. The show has depicted his family situation as essentially terminal. No children, no immediate successors, a family line that appears to end with him. Which raises the question of what happens to everything Burns has built when he can no longer maintain it. If the treatments fail, if Smithers is not there to manage the schedule, if the equilibrium collapses and the diseases win, what happens to the plant? What happens to Springfield? What happens to the population that has been shaped by decades of contamination, that has been cognitively compromised in ways that prevent them from understanding the nature of their own situation? When the single force that has been maintaining the system that both harms and sustains them suddenly disappears? The show does not answer this. The floating timeline prevents the question from ever becoming urgent. But the architecture of the situation is deeply unstable in a way that the show has been quietly acknowledging for years. Springfield's dependence on the plant is not incidental. It is structural. The town cannot survive without the power. The power cannot exist without Burns. Burns cannot exist without the treatments. The treatments cannot exist without the wealth. The wealth cannot exist without the power. It is a loop. And every element of the loop depends on every other element. Remove one piece and the whole thing collapses. Burns is not just too expensive to die, he is too central to the system to die, and the system he is too central to is the same system that is slowly, continuously, reliably doing to Springfield what the three-eyed fish suggested was already happening 30 years ago. There is a version of the show's ending, one that the floating timeline prevents from ever being realized, in which the loop finally breaks. Burns misses a treatment. The diseases surge, the system fails, and Springfield is left simultaneously without power and without the force that has been maintaining its cognitive impairment. What would the town think if the impairment lifted? If the water cleared? If the radiation stopped? Would they remember? Would the memories that have been slowly worn away by decades of exposure come back? Would they look around at what has been done to them and understand for the first time what the cracked cooling towers actually mean? Or would the cognitive damage be permanent? Would the impairment outlast its cause the way some radiation damage outlasts the radiation itself? Would Springfield be left both free and still unable to see what its freedom had cost? The show will never answer this. The loop keeps floating. Burns keeps getting his treatments. Homer keeps going to work. And Springfield keeps drinking the water. But somewhere in the foundation of the town, the questions are there, waiting to be asked by someone with the cognitive clarity to ask them. Waiting for the day that the water finally clears enough for the people drinking it to notice the difference. Waiting for the day that someone looks at the three-eyed fish and does not just shrug and move on. Supplementary Section D. The Mystery of Springfield's Forgotten Catastrophes. The reset is the most persistent structural feature of The Simpsons, and the one that requires the most explanation from any theory that takes the show seriously as a coherent fictional universe, rather than simply a rotating anthology of comedy sketches. Springfield has been destroyed. Not metaphorically, not partially, not in ways that could be plausibly explained as minor incidents in the context of a town's life. Springfield has been destroyed, completely and comprehensively, multiple times across the show's run. The town has been burned to the ground. It has been flooded. It has experienced nuclear near catastrophes that should have produced permanent radiation damage on top of whatever the plant's chronic leakage was already producing. It has been invaded, bombed, sealed under a dome by federal authorities, and reduced to rubble by natural and unnatural disasters alike. And by the next episode, it is fine. The buildings are rebuilt. The population is intact. The streets are clean. The disaster is not referenced. Springfield's continuity is not the continuity of a place that has experienced history. It is the continuity of a place that exists outside history, where events produce no permanent trace. The most significant individual example is probably the dome from the Simpsons movie. The United States government determined that Springfield was an environmental hazard so severe that it needed to be physically contained to prevent its contamination from spreading to the rest of the country. The dome went up. It came down at the end of the film. And in subsequent episodes, there is no dome. There is no remediation effort. There is no EPA presence. There is no rebuilding process. There is no community discussion about what happened. Springfield simply continues, as if the dome never existed. Compare this to the real-world experience of communities that have experienced significant environmental contamination events. The cleanup of Love Canal took decades. The Chernobyl exclusion zone still exists today. The communities affected by 3 Mile Island still have elevated rates of certain health conditions and still have active community advocacy groups. Environmental disasters produce permanent marks on the communities that experience them in the form of health consequences, economic consequences, legal proceedings, regulatory changes, community trauma, and the simple weight of everyone in the community knowing what happened and what it cost. Springfield produces no permanent marks. Every disaster is absorbed by the town, and then exiled from its collective memory with the same efficiency that its water treatment plant presumably cannot manage to filter the reactor runoff. The experience of the disaster evaporates, the town resets, and the next episode begins as if the previous catastrophe was simply a story that someone told once and then forgot. The principle and the pauper theory offers the most direct explanation for this. The resets are chosen. The town collectively decides, after every disaster, to reassert the prior version of reality. It voted to pretend Tamzarian was Skinner. It votes, implicitly and without ceremony, after every catastrophe, to pretend the catastrophe did not permanently alter anything. The social contract requires the reset. The community enforces it informally but effectively. But this explanation raises a question. What kind of community has developed the psychological infrastructure for this level of collective amnesia? What social conditions produce a population capable of forgetting, with apparent completeness and apparent voluntariness, events that should be defining moments in the community's history? The radiation theory's answer is that the amnesia is not voluntary. It is neurological. The cognitive damage from chronic radiation exposure affects the hippocampus, the brain structure most directly involved in the formation of new long-term memories and the consolidation of experiences into lasting recall. A population whose hippocampi have been chronically compromised by contaminated water over decades would struggle to form durable memories of significant events. The disasters would be experienced, but the experience would not consolidate into memory in the way it should. The town would reset not because it chose to, but because it literally could not hold on to the events that should have been formative. Springfield forgets because the water made it forget. Burns made the water that way. The resets are not the show's failure to respect its own continuity. The resets are the most accurate depiction the show has of what life in a contamination zone actually looks like. Lived from the aside by people who do not know they're in one. You do not notice that your memory is impaired when your memory is the only instrument you have for assessing your own memory. You do not notice the forgetting. You just forget. And tomorrow you go to work at the plant and come home and fall on the couch and everything is fine. It always has been. It probably always will be. That is Springfield. That is what the resets mean. Supplementary Section E, Lisa's Burden, the Intelligence Curse. We talked about Maggie's silence as a strategic response to what she observed happening to Lisa. But Lisa herself deserves more space than we gave her because Lisa's story across the show is one of the most quietly devastating, sustained character arcs in American television comedy. And it is largely invisible because it is delivered in small doses across hundreds of episodes rather than in dramatic story beats. Lisa Simpson is the most cognitively capable person in Springfield. The show has made this explicit and consistent across its entire run. Her IQ has been tested compared to historical geniuses and placed at levels that would register as exceptional in any educational context. Her reasoning, her creativity, her capacity for sustained intellectual engagement with complex ideas, her ability to synthesize information from multiple sources and produce genuine insight from the synthesis. All of these are depicted as operating at a level that the show treats as extraordinary, even by the standards of people who are not measuring against Springfield's generally compromised population. And Lisa's life in Springfield is a study in what extraordinary intelligence costs when it operates in an environment that has no infrastructure for it and no interest in developing one. Her family loves her. This is important and real and consistent across all seasons. The show never wavers on this. Homer and Marge love Lisa with the genuineness that defines the family's emotional core. Bart loves her in the antagonistic, protective way of siblings who would rather fight than admit they need each other. The love is authentic, but love is not the same as understanding. And Lisa is, by the show's consistent presentation, profoundly not understood by the people she loves most. Homer cannot follow her reasoning. Marge's emotional intelligence is real and significant, but does not extend to the specific intellectual register that Lisa inhabits. Bart's understanding of his sister is genuine, but limited to the practical reality of living with her, not to the interior world she occupies. The family loves Lisa without being able to fully see her, and being loved without being seen is its own form of loneliness. The community is worse. Springfield's institutional response to Lisa's intelligence ranges from neglect to active hostility, depending on the episode. Her school does not know what to do with her. The curriculum cannot engage her. Her teachers either do not notice her unusual capability, or when they do notice it, respond with the specific discomfort that institutions feel toward people who make the inadequacy of the institution visible. Lisa does not fit. She has never fit. And Springfield's social structure, like its physical structure and its biological structure, has been shaped by forces that are not particularly hospitable to people who do not fit. There is a recurring emotional pattern in Lisa episodes across the show's run that is worth naming explicitly. Lisa identifies something important. Lisa tries to communicate it. Lisa is ignored or dismissed or actively silenced. The thing she identified either resolves itself without her input or does not resolve at all. And either way, Lisa is left with the specific exhaustion of someone who spent significant energy trying to make a difference and found the environment resistant to change. This pattern repeats across seasons. Different specific issues. Same structural experience. Lisa sees. Lisa speaks. The world does not substantially respond to what Lisa sees and says. What does this do to a person over time? What does the repeated experience of having genuine insight and genuine urgency met with collective shrug produce in someone who is intelligent enough to understand what is happening? It produces, in Lisa's case, a particular form of determined persistence, combined with an undercurrent of grief, that the show surfaces in specific episodes and then allows to recede. Lisa keeps trying, but the show does not pretend that the trying comes without cost. The season 6 flash-forward episode, Lisa's Wedding, gives us the clearest picture of what all this costs. The future Lisa is brilliant, accomplished, engaged to a man who genuinely sees her and engages with her intellectually. She has made something of herself in the world. But she is still, in some essential way, carrying the weight of Springfield, still navigating the gap between who she is and the environment she moves through, still looking for the understanding that Springfield could never provide. The episode is often cited for the emotional scene between Homer and Lisa, for the sweetness of their father-daughter relationship seen across time. And it earns that citation. But it also shows you something less comfortable. A Lisa who has built a life but who is still, in some part of herself, the 8-year-old in Springfield who saw everything clearly and found no one around her who could consistently meet her where she was. Under the radiation theory, Lisa's clarity is the most poignant possible mutation outcome. She lives in a contamination zone. Her family has been exposed to the same environmental toxins. Her father's cognitive function has been demonstrably reduced by the combination of environmental exposure and physical brain damage. The community around her operates at a compromised baseline, and Lisa's brain, possibly through some genetic variation,
that made her respond differently to the same environmental inputs is not compromised. It is functioning at a level that, in a different environment, would be remarkable but not isolating. In Springfield, it is isolating. Because Lisa's clarity reveals exactly how compromised everyone else is. She sees what they cannot see. She understands what they cannot understand. And she cannot make them see or understand it because the thing preventing them from seeing and understanding is not ignorance or stubbornness, but actual neurological damage from a source that nobody but her has fully recognized. Lisa's loneliness is not a character flaw. It is the logical consequence of being the one uncontaminated mind in a contaminated town. She sees the three-eyed fish and understands what it means. She is surrounded by people who look at the three-eyed fish and shrug. And she cannot leave because Springfield is home and the family is that was there beside. And the same love that does not always understand her is, in the end, the thing she would never choose to live without. That is the cruelest part of Lisa's situation, the part the show has never been fully explicit about but has always been present. She is smart enough to know exactly what Springfield is doing to the people she loves. She is smart enough to see the contamination and trace it to its source and understand the mechanism. And she loves those people too much to leave. So she stays. And she keeps trying, and every episode she learns the same lesson again. This town will not change because the people in it cannot change, because the thing preventing them from changing is invisible and pervasive and flows through every glass of water and every breath of air and every year of living in the shadow of the cooling towers. And she is the only one who can see it, and she cannot make them see it, and she stays anyway. That is Lisa Simpson, 8 years old for 36 years, brilliant and lonely and fiercely loving and still, after all this time, still trying. Supplementary Section F, the peripheral mysteries, supporting characters and their secrets. Springfield is not just the Simpson family. The town is populated with a supporting cast large enough and consistent enough across the show's run to constitute their own ongoing stories, many of which contain mysteries that the main theories do not fully address, but which, when examined, add texture to the larger picture. Chief Clancy Wiggum is the law enforcement in a town that has repeatedly demonstrated that law enforcement is not functional. His incompetence is a running joke for the entire series. Cases go unsolved. Investigations are conducted badly. Evidence is mishandled, misread, or misplaced. The Springfield Police Department is, by any assessment, worse at its job than any real police department in a community of similar size would be permitted to remain without intervention. But Wiggum's incompetence is not uniform. There are moments across the series when he demonstrates situational awareness and tactical intelligence that suggest his apparent incompetence is not the result of genuine inability, but of a different set of priorities. Wiggum knows things about Springfield that he chooses not to act on. He is aware of Burns's operations in ways that should produce official responses and consistently do not. He had his asthma cured by the antibiotic bomb that Mona Simpson's group detonated in Burns's biological weapons laboratory. He knows about that laboratory. He has always known. Wiggum's law enforcement serves the interests of the town's power structure, not the interests of public safety. His incompetence is selective. The cases he fails to solve are the cases where solving them would implicate Burns, or embarrass the town's establishment, or produce accountability for people and institutions that have successfully captured the regulatory apparatus. The cases that are merely embarrassing to ordinary citizens are handled with considerably more vigor. He is not stupid. He is compromised. And the distinction matters.
Dr. Nick Riviera and the rest of Springfield's medical establishment deserve examination here as well because the medical community's relationship to the town's health picture is as disturbing as any other institutional failure in Springfield. Doctor. Nick is depicted as incompetent to the point of endangering his patients, operating well outside the norms of medical practice and apparently immune to the professional consequences that should attach to his conduct. He has performed procedures he is not qualified to perform. He has given advice that is medically dangerous. He has operated in ways that would result in license revocation in any jurisdiction where the medical board was functional. But Springfield's medical establishment, across its various practitioners, shares a suspicious pattern of not finding things they should find. Homer's crayon was in his brain for decades. It was not discovered by any Springfield doctor across what must have been dozens of medical encounters over the years. The neurological effects of chronic radiation exposure on the town's population are not formally identified or reported. The correlation between the plant's operational history and the health outcomes of Springfield's residents is not, as far as the show depicts, the subject of any formal medical investigation. Either every doctor in Springfield is genuinely incompetent at the specific things that would expose the contamination problem, while being competent enough at other things to maintain their practices, or the medical community is subject to the same institutional capture that the police department and the regulatory apparatus have experienced. Burns's influence may extend into the healthcare infrastructure of the town he essentially owns. A medical community that is looking the other way cannot document what it does not officially see. Then there is Sideshow Bob, Robert Terwilliger, the recurring antagonist whose relationship with the show has evolved across decades from recurring villain to something more like a tragic figure. Bob is, in several measurable ways, the most intelligent character in Springfield. He has a doctorate. He has sophisticated cultural knowledge. He is capable of complex, long-term planning that most Springfield residents cannot match. And he has spent most of his adult life in either prison or failed attempts to kill a 10-year-old boy. The question of why Bob consistently fails to actually harm Bart is one that the show has played with explicitly. Bob himself has addressed it, acknowledging at various points that his failure to complete his stated goal seems systemic rather than coincidental. The theory that Bob does not actually want to kill Bart, that the chase is the point and the completion would be unbearable, has been acknowledged and toyed with by the show across multiple seasons. But under the coma theory, Sideshow Bob's persistent failure has a different explanation. Homer's dream cannot allow Bob to kill Bart, because Bart's death would end the dream. The dream's protective function would not permit a scenario in which Homer's child is killed. So Bob always fails. He always arrives too late, or his plan has a crucial flaw, or Bart escapes in a way that requires exactly the right combination of luck and timing that the dream provides, because it cannot provide anything else. Sideshow Bob is the most competent planner in Springfield, operating in a universe that is organized against his success, because his success would terminate the dream that sustains the universe. He is not unlucky. He is systematically frustrated by the narrative architecture of a comatose man's mind, which might actually explain the increasing sadness and resignation that characterizes Bob's later appearances in the show. He has on some level begun to understand that something in his environment is working against him. That the odds are structured in ways he cannot account for by conventional analysis. That no matter how good his plan is, the outcome is already determined, and the determination is not in his favor. It is the most meta-tragedy in the show's run. A genius trapped in a story that will never let him win, and aware enough of his own intelligence to know that his failure is not due to lack of capability. He is a prisoner of the dream, just like everyone else in Springfield, just like in the end, the dreamer himself. Supplementary Section G. The Grief of Groundskeeper Willie. There is a character in Springfield who has received less analytical attention than almost any other recurring figure, despite having one of the most consistently tragic trajectories in the show's history. Groundskeeper Willie. The Scottish groundskeeper of Springfield Elementary who lives in a shack on the school's grounds, who is regularly fired and rehired without ceremony, who is subjected to physical damage nearly as frequently as Hans Molman, and who carries with him a backstory that the show has delivered in fragments across years of episodes without ever quite assembling into a formal arc. Willie is an outsider in Springfield in a way that differs from the outsider quality of Springfield's more eccentric residents. He is foreign-born, which creates a specific kind of marginalization that the show uses primarily for jokes, but that, in aggregate, describes a person who has no institutional belonging in the community he has served for decades. He has no family. He has no home beyond the school grounds. He has no clear legal status in Springfield, no political representation, no social network beyond the students, and staff who tolerate and occasionally celebrate him. And Willie has been fired from his job at the school so many times that it has become a running gag. He is fired. He disappears. He reappears, usually without explanation, in his groundskeeper role. The school's administration treats his employment as entirely expendable, something that can be terminated at will and resumed without ceremony. Under the institutional framework we have established for Springfield, Willie's treatment makes a specific kind of sense. He is a person with no institutional protection, no Burns connection, no family leverage, no economic significance to the town's power structure. He is exactly the kind of person that institutional capture is most efficient at rendering invisible and disposable. The school fires him because the school can fire him, and there is nothing in Springfield's institutional structure that provides any consequence for doing so. But Willie endures. He keeps coming back. He keeps doing the job. He keeps maintaining the grounds of a school that treats him as a prop. And the show occasionally surfaces underneath the comedy of his situation, something that looks like genuine attachment. Willie loves those grounds. Willie cares about the school. In the particular way of people who have been given very little, he has made something meaningful out of the scraps available to him. The theory about Willie that the show has never made explicit but consistently supports is that Willie knows more about Springfield than almost anyone. He has been on those school grounds for decades. He has been in the building at odd hours during events that other adults were not present for, in the margins of institutional life where things happen that no one with power would acknowledge. Willie has seen things. The show gives him occasional lines that suggest a depth of knowledge about Springfield's history and institutional dynamics that his apparent social status would not explain. Willie is the kind of person that systems like Springfield's produce and then pretend do not fully exist. And occasionally, in the background of an episode, you catch a glimpse of what he sees from that particular position. Watching everything, belonging to nothing, knowing more than he says. Supplementary Section H. The Krabappel Question. Edna Krabappel is Bart's fourth-grade teacher and one of the show's most fully realized supporting characters. She is cynical, professionally exhausted, personally lonely, and operating in a school that provides her essentially no institutional support and a student population that ranges from indifferent to actively hostile. She has been teaching fourth grade in Springfield for the entirety of the show's run, and in that time her fourth graders have never moved on to fifth grade. The floating timeline affects Krabappel differently than it affects most characters. For Homer and Marge, for Bart and Lisa, the stasis is a condition they inhabit without apparent awareness. But for Krabappel, the stasis is specifically professional. She is a teacher who teaches the same students the same material year after year, decade after decade, without any of them advancing, without any of them graduating from her class and moving on. She teaches fourth grade forever. What does this do to a person? What is the interior experience of a teacher who spends 36 years watching the same children fail to progress, fail to grow, fail to leave? The show uses Krabappel's exhaustion as comedy. Her cynicism, her detachment, her willingness to accept a clearly dysfunctional situation with a resigned shrug, all of these are played as character notes that produce laughs. But under the coma theory, Krabappel's situation is one of the most genuinely distressing in Springfield. If the dream cannot allow the children to age and progress, then the people responsible for the children's education are trapped in an educational moment that never advances. They teach. Nothing results from the teaching. The students do not leave. The lesson never concludes. The process continues without ever producing an outcome. Krabappel is a character who, in the waking world, would eventually have the satisfaction of watching her students grow up. She would have former students who came back to thank her. She would have the evidence accumulated across decades that what she did mattered to specific people who moved from her classroom into the world. This is the sustaining experience of teaching. The sense that the work produces something lasting in human beings who then carry it forward. In Homer's dream, Krabappel has none of this. Her students never leave. Her work never accumulates into outcome. She teaches, and the fourth grade continues, and nothing changes. It is not surprising that she is cynical. It is only surprising that she has not given up entirely. Perhaps she has. Perhaps the cynicism is not detachment from the work, but the specific grief of a person who understands, somewhere beneath her conscious awareness, that the work is not going anywhere, that the children in her care are not going anywhere, that the classroom will look the same tomorrow as it looks today, and that nothing she does will change this. She is a teacher trapped in a permanent present, educating children who cannot learn in the sense of growing and moving on because the dream that contains them does not permit growth. Supplementary Section 1. Homer's relationship with violence. There is a specific pattern of behavior in Homer Simpson that the show has returned to so consistently across so many seasons with such casual regularity that most viewers have long since stopped noticing it in any analytical way. Homer strangles Bart. It is a recurring physical gag. Homer gets frustrated with Bart. Homer grabs Bart by the throat. Bart's tongue extends. Homer shakes him, and the scene ends or transitions. It is played played entirely for comedy. It is one of the show's most repeated visual jokes. But think about it for a moment outside the cartoon logic frame. A grown man repeatedly putting his hands around his child's throat in a choking grip is, in the context of any realistic depiction of family life, a description of abuse. The show never depicts it as abuse. The family does not react to it as abuse. Bart does not respond to it the way an abused child responds to a parent's violence. The show insulates the behavior from any serious moral examination by deploying it within the cartoon physics register that the audience has been trained to read as consequence-free. But consider the possibility that the cartoon physics frame is itself the coma's defense mechanism. The dream is protecting Homer from the knowledge of who he sometimes is by rendering his more violent impulses as harmless slapstick. The actions that would, in the waking world, have weight and consequence are processed by the dreaming mind as comedy. The guilt that should attach to them is dissolved by the frame that makes them funny rather than harmful. Homer loves Bart. The show is absolutely consistent on this point. The depth of Homer's feeling for his son is not in question and is not undermined by the strangulation gag. But loving someone does not mean that all of your interactions with them are free of harm. And the dreaming mind, constructing a version of Homer that it can live with, may have chosen to keep a specific behavior while removing its consequences, because removing the behavior entirely would require the dream to do a kind of self examination that Homer's mind is not capable of sustaining. The strangulation happens, the consequences do not, and the dream continues. Supplementary section J. Apu and the Quickie Mart, the economic substrate. Apu Nahasapima Petalon and the Quickie Mart occupy a specific structural position in Springfield's economy that is worth examining because the Quickie Mart is not just a convenience store. It is the most visible node of the informal economic network that sustains Springfield's daily life at the ground level, below the industrial infrastructure of the power plant and the institutional infrastructure of the school and the police department. Apu works at the Quick E-Mart for hours that no reasonable labor arrangement would permit. The show depicts him working 23 hours a day, 7 days a week, for what are clearly inadequate wages. He is a highly educated person, holding a doctorate in computer science from the Calcutta Institute of Technology, who is working a job that does not require his education and that compensates him at a fraction of his market value. The show has treated Apu's situation primarily as a source of comedy, and in the conversations the show has had about representation, as a source of legitimate criticism. But within the economic analysis of Springfield's structure, Apu's situation reflects something specific. He is a person with genuine human capital operating in a labor market so distorted by the dominance of one employer, Burns's plant, and one effective property owner, Burns's corporate holding, that his education cannot produce its normal economic returns in this specific context. Springfield's economy is a company town in which Burns is the company. The plant employs a significant portion of the working population. Burns owns significant property. The economic alternatives for Springfield residents are limited not by their capabilities, but by the structural constraints of living in a single employer economy, where the employer has no incentive to permit the development of competing economic structures. Apu is overqualified for his job and underpaid for it because Springfield's economic structure does not have space for what he actually is. The town needs someone to staff the Quick E-Mart. It does not need a computer scientist. And the economic architecture of Springfield does not produce the kind of opportunity that would allow Apu's actual capabilities to generate their market value. This is one of the contamination theory's most interesting implications. The cognitive compromise of Springfield's population does not just affect individuals. It affects the town's capacity for economic development. A population whose cognitive function has been chronically impaired cannot generate the kind of entrepreneurship, the kind of institutional innovation, the kind of complex coordination that allows economies to grow beyond dependence on single large employers. Springfield's economic stagnation is not just an artifact of its being a small town. It is a downstream consequence of decades of neurological damage to the people who would otherwise be generating economic alternatives to Burns's dominance. The town cannot outgrow its dependence on Burns because the contamination ensures that the cognitive capacity for outgrowing it is not fully available. It is a closed loop of a particularly vicious kind. The poverty of alternative is maintained by the damage that the source of the alternative maintains. Springfield is economically trapped by the same mechanism that traps it biologically and cognitively. The contamination is not just a public health problem. It is an economic control mechanism. And Burns understands this, perhaps the most completely of anyone in Springfield, which is why he has never had a particular interest in addressing it. Supplementary Section K. What the show has been saying about time. Let us spend a moment with the floating timeline, not as a mystery to be solved, but as a meditation to be held. Because the non-aging of Springfield, when you look at it from a certain angle, stops being a puzzle and starts being the show's most direct statement about the nature of love and loss, and the particular desperation with which human beings cling to things they know cannot stay. Every parent has, at some point, watched their child sleep and felt something that has no clean name. It is part love and part grief. It is the recognition that the person in that bed is changing, continuously and irreversibly, and that every version of them you cherish is already a version you are losing to the next one. The child who exists tonight is not quite the child who existed last month. Next month, they will be different again. The accumulation of change, given enough time, produces a person who shares a continuous thread with the baby you held, but who is, in every practical sense, someone new. Someone you love as much or more, but someone different. Parental love contains this grief as a structural component. You love the person as they are, and you mourn the version you are losing simultaneously all the time. It is one of the less discussed features of raising children, that you are perpetually saying goodbye to who they were in order to be present with who they are becoming. Homer's dream does not permit this. In Homer's dream, Bart is always 10, Lisa is always 8, Maggie is always small enough to hold with one arm. The children do not change. The parents do not age. The goodbyes that parenthood requires you to say, the gentle, loving, bittersweet goodbyes to each version of your child as they outgrow it, do not happen in Springfield. Homer's coma is an act of love that is also an act of refusal. He refuses the goodbye. He will not say it. He cannot say it. The dream was built, from the first moment it began, to be a place where the goodbyes are not required, where the family stays exactly the family he remembers, where Bart is still pulling pranks and Lisa is still playing saxophone and Maggie is still small enough to need carrying. The dream gives Homer permanence in exchange for growth. He keeps his family as they are, frozen at the moment he lost consciousness, at the cost of never seeing who they become. He has the children he knew. He will never meet the adults they grow into. He has Marge at the age he married her, loving him with the specific quality of that specific time. He will never know the way that love would have changed across another 30 years of shared life. This is the heartbreak at the center of the coma theory, the thing that makes it not just clever, but genuinely moving. Homer chose the only thing he could have. He chose to keep what he had rather than lose it to time. But keeping it required stopping it. And stopping it means he has been dreaming about people who are frozen at the moment he was most afraid to lose them, without ever quite knowing that the real people kept going without him. Marge grew older. Bart became an adult. Lisa moved through the stages of her brilliant, lonely, determined life. Maggie became, perhaps, exactly the extraordinary person the dream suggested she would be. They all kept going. And Homer dreamed about them, the way he knew them, in the Springfield he remembered. And the show keeps running, and the loop keeps floating. And the timeline refuses to land, because landing means admitting that the real Bart is not 10 anymore. The real Lisa is not 8. The real Marge is not the young woman standing in the kitchen at 742 Evergreen Terrace. They have grown and changed and become people that the dreaming Homer cannot access or know. And the show, in its infinite kindness toward its own creation, toward the man it has been following for 36 years, refuses to make him face this. The loop is an act of mercy, a story that loves its main character enough to let him stay where he is happiest. On the couch with the family, on a Sunday night, forever. Closing meditation, why we stay. There is one final thing to say before we let Springfield settle for the night. All of these theories, every single one we have explored across this long journey through the show's mythology, they are doing something beyond entertainment. They are doing something beyond the particular pleasure of connecting dots across decades of episodes and finding that the dots connect in ways that feel significant. They are a form of attention paid to something that has been present in our cultural life for a very long time and that we have, for the most part, consumed without examining. The Simpsons has been running for 36 years. That means there are people right now who are in their late 30s who have never known a world without The Simpsons. People for whom the show was present before they were old enough to understand it, who grew up alongside it, who absorbed it the way children absorb language. Not through deliberate study, but through sheer sustained exposure to something that was simply always there. Those people have a relationship with this show that is not quite like the relationship you have with something you chose to watch. It is more like the relationship you have with the street you grew up on. Something that formed you before you were in a position to evaluate it, that shaped your sense of what stories look like and what families look like and what America looks like, and that continues to exist in your peripheral consciousness as a reference point for things you did not even know you were measuring against it. And the theories exist in part as a way of making that relationship conscious, of saying, I absorbed all of this without examining it. Let me examine it. Let me look at what this thing I have been carrying around since I was a child actually contains. Let me see it clearly, maybe for the first time. What the theories find when they look clearly is that the thing we absorbed was not simple. It was not shallow. It contained, encoded in the structure of its comedy and its continuity errors and its impossible town and its ageless family, a set of serious and dark and genuine observations about power and community and damage and love and the specific ways that human beings cope with the knowledge that their world is not what they were told it was. The Simpsons told us about contamination while we were laughing at the donut gags. It told us about institutional corruption while we were watching Homer fall downstairs. It told us about the way communities choose comfortable lies over uncomfortable truths while we were watching the couch gag. It was always doing both things at once. The comedy was real, and the darkness beneath the comedy was also real, and the show held both without collapsing either into the other. The theories are a way of honoring that, of saying, we see what you were doing, we see the thing under the thing. We stayed with this long enough to notice. And Springfield, the impossible, ageless, toxic, loving, forgotten, unforgettable Springfield, turns out to have been worth the attention we finally paid it. It was always worth the attention. We just had to look. Good night, sleep well. Springfield will be here in the morning. It always is. End of script. 4 hours of Simpsons, secrets and theories to fall asleep. Supplementary section L. The deeper pattern, Springfield as American mirror. There is one more thing that Springfield has been doing quietly across every season and every theory we have examined tonight that we have been circling without naming directly. And it is the most ambitious thing the show has ever attempted, because it is something that no single episode announces and no single character embodies. It is something that only becomes visible when you look at the whole picture. Springfield is a diagnosis, not a prediction, not a satire, not an exaggeration of American life for comedic effect, though it is all of those things as well. A diagnosis, a careful, sustained, 36-year clinical assessment of a specific pathology that the show has been tracing in the national body across its entire run, and which has become more rather than less legible as the years have accumulated. The pathology is this: the specific way that ordinary people living in ordinary communities come to accept conditions that should be unacceptable. The mechanism by which a population exposed to genuine harm, real and demonstrable harm with a clear source and a clear beneficiary, nonetheless continues to support the conditions of its own harm, continues to elect the people who maintain those conditions, continues to consume the products of the system that is damaging it, continues to treat the damage as normal rather than as an emergency. Springfield has been doing this from the first season. The plant was always there, nah. The violations were always present. Burns was always aware of what he was doing. Homer was always in the safety inspector's chair. And the town has always, collectively and without apparent distress, continued to accept the arrangement. The fish had 3 eyes and people shrugged. The water was contaminated and people kept drinking it. The billionaire blocked out the sun and people were shocked, briefly, and then the sun came back and they forgot. This is not a specifically fictional dynamic. This is a dynamic that the show's writers, those highly educated observers of American culture, were watching in the real world and depicting with the specific courage that comedy permits. You can say things through a cartoon about a yellow man in a nuclear plant that you cannot say directly without producing immediate defensive rejection. The comedy provides cover for the diagnosis, and the diagnosis has remained consistent across 36 years because the condition it describes has remained consistent. The Springfield dynamic, the relationship between concentrated wealth, institutional capture, environmental harm, cognitive compromise, collective amnesia, and the particular helplessness of ordinary people who are being managed by a system they cannot fully see, is not an artifact of 1989. It is as accurate a description of the present moment as it was when the show debuted. This is what the show has always been underneath the jokes. Not a critique of any particular political arrangement or any specific historical moment. A description of a structural condition that has persisted across those arrangements and those moments. The condition of being ordinary in a world organized around interests that are not yours, and of the particular coping mechanisms that ordinary people develop to make that condition livable. Homer's stupidity, Marge's patience, Bart's rebellion, Lisa's idealism, Maggie's silence. These are not just character traits, they are coping strategies. The different ways that the different members of one family have learned to navigate a world that was not designed for their benefit, and that will not change simply because they would benefit from its changing. And the show, in its 36 years of running, has never lost sight of this. Through all the celebrity cameos and the surreal plots and the declining critical reputation and the debates about when it went wrong, the show has maintained in its structure, if not always in its explicit content, the foundational insight that it was built on. The people of Springfield are not stupid, they are not lazy, they are not incurious or indifferent to their own well-being. They are people who have been systematically managed by forces they cannot fully access, whose cognitive tools have been quietly compromised by the same system they are trying to understand, who are doing the best they can with the capacities they have been left with after decades of a particular kind of invisible harm. They deserve better than they have been given. And the show, in its own sideways, comedic, never quite explicit way, has been saying this from the very beginning. That is Springfield. That is the show. That is what we found after 4 hours of following the threads.
Not just a collection of mysteries and theories and unanswered questions. A portrait. A long, loving, unsentimental, occasionally devastating portrait of the American condition, delivered through the lens of a dysfunctional family in a cartoon town that does not exist and is everywhere at once. The Simpsons is still running, the loop is still floating, Bart is still 10, and the plant is still leaking. And somewhere in Springfield, someone is drinking the water and not quite sure why the fish look the way they look, and shrugging and moving on with their day. Just like always. Just like us. Sleep well. End of 4 hours of Simpsons secrets and theories to fall asleep. Supplementary section M. The voice in the dark. What Springfield sounds like at night. There is something worth noting about the specific quality of Springfield's silence when the episodes end and the credits roll and the music plays and the screen goes dark. For 36 years, millions of people have fallen asleep to The Simpsons playing in a room somewhere. It is a fact of the show's cultural footprint that it became, for an enormous number of people, the background of the transition from waking to sleep. The jokes fading into the edge of consciousness. Homer's voice becoming the last voice of the day. The family on the couch, the last image before the images stop being chosen and start being generated by the sleeping mind. There's something almost unbearably appropriate about this, given the coma theory. The show that might be a man's dream, consumed by millions of people at the edge of their own dreaming. The theory and the audience's experience of the show rhyming in a way that feels too neat to be entirely coincidental. What does it mean to fall asleep to something? What does the mind absorb in those final moments before consciousness releases? The researchers who study the hypnagogic state, the threshold between waking and sleep, describe it as a period of unusual cognitive porosity. The mind is less defended. The filters that we apply during waking hours to decide what matters and what does not are lowering. Content that arrives during this period has a different quality of access. It settles more deeply. It produces the imagery of dreams more directly than content consumed at full alertness. If you have been falling asleep to The Simpsons, the show has been reaching you in this state. Homer's voice, Marge's patience, Bart's energy, Lisa's searching intelligence, Maggie's silence. They have been arriving at the edge of your consciousness in the most unguarded moment of your day, for years, perhaps for decades. Is it any wonder that we cannot let them go? Is it any wonder that the show feels to many of its longest-standing viewers less like a television program that they watch and more like a presence that they have lived with? Less like fiction and more like a specific quality of familiar light? Springfield has been in our dreams, not metaphorically, literally. The show's imagery, its sounds, its rhythms, its emotional register have been absorbed into the sleeping minds of its viewers across 36 years of late-night viewing. They are in the archive of imagery that the dreaming mind draws on when it builds its nightly simulations. Homer may be dreaming about his family, but in a sense, we have all been dreaming about Homer's family. Springfield exists in our minds in ways that real places rarely do. We know its streets more intimately than we know the streets of cities we have visited once. We know its residents more thoroughly than we know most of our neighbors. We carry Springfield in us the way we carry the places of our childhood. And the show knows this. It has always known this. The floating timeline, the reset, the loop that never breaks, they are not just structural features of a long-running animated series. They are the show's understanding of its own relationship with its audience. The show stays the same because we need it to stay the same. Because the version of Springfield in our heads is the version from the specific years when we first absorbed it.
And any version that differs from that internal version feels, in some imprecise but powerful way, wrong. The show and the television is always slightly running to catch up with the Springfield we carry in our minds. The Springfield in our minds is always slightly older, slightly more vivid, slightly more real than any specific episode can be. That is the final secret, the final theory. The Springfield that matters most is not on any screen. It is in the minds of the people who have been watching for 36 years. It is assembled from thousands of hours of absorbed imagery and dialogue and jokes that landed and jokes that did not, and moments of genuine feeling and moments of pure silliness. It lives in us. It is ours. It belongs to the audience that built it by watching it, by dreaming about it, by carrying it forward into 36 years of continued existence. The loop that cannot be broken is not in the show, it is in us. We are the loop. And we will keep it running for as long as we need the family to be on that couch, for as long as we need the credits to roll and the theme to play and Springfield to be there when we come back. Which is to say, forever. Good night from Springfield. From all of us who found ourselves there once and never quite found our way out. From the yellow faces and the four-fingered hands, and the cracked cooling towers, and the river with the three-eyed fish, and the house at 742 Evergreen Terrace where the lights are always on. From the dreamer in the hospital bed who built this whole impossible world from nothing but love and memory, and the particular stubbornness of a man who cannot bear to say goodbye. He will keep dreaming, and we will keep watching, and Springfield will be there. Always, it always will be.